6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At Lendese Seek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendeseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace, where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years, with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders, with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendeseek.com. lendeseek.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
It took a Philadelphia jury 18 minutes to find the Bucks County young man guilty in the death of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
It was just a matter of whether the death penalty was going to be on the table.
If this doesn't deserve the death penalty, I don't know what does.
When you think about the guy that's running the operation here, Larry Krasner, you had a police officer, a Temple University cop, killed by this punk, and the guy is standing over him. Execute, assassination, whatever term you want to use. Just once, can you get the cops back?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, Pennsylvania. How y'all doing? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. Yes, I know. Turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. There is so much going on all around us. I am Kathy Barnett, filling in for our girl, Dawn Stensland, who is out enjoying some downtime with her family. So I am here filling in for our friend. I want you guys to be a part of this conversation. Let me give you the number right now. The listener line is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I want to go ahead and bring in my good friend, J.R. McGee. He is going to sit in with me for these next 2 hours that you guys are with us here. J.R., you guys have heard him before. If I'm on, I usually bring him in. I mean, the man is like a walking encyclopedia. He is just so smart. And we need smart people now, right? So let me just give an introduction to who JR is. He is the founder and CEO at Extreme Leadership Group and a 30-year strategic leadership and counterterrorism specialist, an instructor in matters of military intelligence, planning, and preparedness, and on and on and on I could go. But the short version is he's like my Swiss Army knife when I was running for both Congress and Senate. Whatever I needed him to be in the moment. And generally it was a historian to give me wisdom and insight. What am I looking at? What does this mean? Where are we going? How do we navigate? And I would almost always pivot to JR and say, let's just kind of talk about it. And so thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Kathy. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. And now I understand how pancakes feel when they put that much syrup on them.
Oh! I glazed you over a little bit, right? But listen, I was saying to you, and your wife, Norma, is here in studio with us. And I was saying to both of you guys, I went to bed last night doing my best, listening to C-SPAN and our elected officials bloviating about how horrible the big, beautiful bill is. And as I was going to sleep, I was I was also listening to an alert that came out about this intentional ambush that took place last night, a premeditated ambush where this man, we don't know very much about him. Not much has come out since last night when this happened. Ambushing, setting an intentional brush fire up in the mountains up in northern Idaho, waiting for the firefighters and police to respond, and then beginning to shoot at them, killing two of the firefighters, critically injuring another. And I'm, breaking open the newspaper and I'm just looking around, and there's so much mayhem and chaos and dysfunction that's going on. And then and all of this is happening at a time when the last 2 weeks have been absolutely stellar for Donald Trump. And I wrote a list. I'm going to just say this real quick and I'm going to turn it over to you. But here's Donald Trump. He brokers a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, a very fragile ceasefire, but it's still holding. Supreme Court ends the judicial coup by limiting nationwide injunctions. Trump secures 5% of GDP defense spending from every NATO country, with the exclusion of Spain, I think it is, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He single-handedly ends a 30-year war between Rwanda and Congo. Now we can send illegals to a third country if we choose. The NASDAQ, S&P 500 were on a high. So you have all. Apparently, he signed a trade deal with China, and an exclusive, a limited trade deal with their minerals. But go on and on and on. You have all these positives. And yet, I've never felt like we were more, as a country, on a knife's edge of not existing. Everything seems so tenuous right now. Help me understand what it is I'm feeling.
It's an interesting thing. Very few periods in American history have we had leadership that this is dynamic. And whether you like him, love him, or hate him, no one can deny that he is an extremely energetic individual. Yeah. He gets things done.
Even CNN is now applauding him.
and so we've got dynamic leadership, and things are happening. Things are being resolved. Like you talked about the Congo Rwandan issue. That I was involved with that earlier in my career. It was a horrible, brutal war.
30 years.
With people being hacked to death with machetes wholesale. And yet what the United States is getting out of that, people don't realize this, is cobalt. A lot of these strategic minerals that the United States needs for our technology are dependent upon some of these other countries. And China has done an extraordinary job at locking up a large percentage of the world's precious minerals and rare earths. And Donald Trump is using some of these tariffs as negotiating levers in order to accomplish things that the United States needs for our national and internal security. And they're all related. And, as many people as you have trying to build the United States up, you've got an almost equal number of people that want to tear the system down, because we've never been as divided, but it's equal. Now, there's been a lot of times in U.S. history where there's been tremendous political discourse and disarray, the Civil War,
right?
When the Whig Party just went out of existence. There's been a lot of that, but at no point has it been so balanced. It's been equally divided, and it's very difficult for one side to prevail when the other side has almost equal numbers of people, equal numbers of resources and financial acumen.
Now let me push back just a little bit, because, when I was traveling, we were doing 1,500 miles. You were a part of that whole thing.
Ma'am.
We were doing 1,500 miles all across Pennsylvania every single week when I was running for U.S. Senate. And then I jump onto a national campaign with Vivek Ramaswamy, and now we're traveling the nation all over the place, talking to all kinds of people. And what I realized is that, it's not 50-50, like the divide. It's more like 80-20. Now, their 20 has lost their mind and they're willing to do anything to destroy it. But there is a majority of people. Now, they may not all agree with my conservative principles, rank and file one by one if we laid out everything I believe versus what they believe. But there's commonality, right? Like we want to be able to provide for our family. We want to work. We want to save. We want to send our kids to good schools. 80% of us do not believe a boy can be a girl or a girl can be a boy. 80% of us in this nation don't believe it's okay to chemically castrate a 5-year-old boy because he says, Mommy, I think I'm a girl. Most of us are not mentally unstable like that. And yet, to your point, their side, that 20%, they have control of the institutions, the major institutions of this country, whether it's the judicial system or the media or the academia, and it makes them larger than life.
It does, Kathy. And let me restate something, because you're exactly right. In terms of numbers of people, it is closer to 80-20. The Pareto principle absolutely holds. However, the majority of the conservatives are not engaged. They're not vocal. They don't participate. They're busy working. They're trying to get on with their lives.
Raise our family.
The 20% on the other side are incredibly engaged, incredibly vocal. And when you look at the numbers of activists on both sides, the people who are trying to engage and sway the argument, that's where the 50-50 comes in. Mm-hmm. The majority of one side has these principles, but they're not willing to engage with those in the public arena or in the public space of promoting ideas. They're more interested in raising families and just being left alone. The left is incredibly engaged. It's very unusual to find a liberal that's not willing to become active and engaged in promoting their beliefs.
I mean, it's almost like a religion that they have, right?
Funny you should say that, because
why?
It meets all the criteria for a religion, and or even maybe you could go so far as say a cult. It's about individuals. They coalesce around one individual. That individual idea. Or one idea, they have that as a supreme concept.
There are no,
and they allow no dispute.
Diversity.
There's no dispute. Right. There's no disagreement. And here's the irony, Kathy. I am shocked that the very people that promote and push tolerance and diversity and inclusion to the exclusion of everything else often are the most intolerant, non-exclusive, diversionary people on the planet.
Well, I mean,
how do you explain that?
Well, because it's a tool. It's a strategy, right?
Yes.
Like they use language like, oh, let's be tolerant, let's be inclusive, love is love.
Yep.
Everybody each their own, don't be judgmental.
As long as you agree with them.
Well, but initially it was all like they played on the 80% of our goodwill, right? Like, I want you to succeed. Yes. I don't care that you're white. I don't care that you're a man. I don't care that you are, in a different age group than I am. I want you to succeed, right? And so I want you to live the best version of your life, right? And so they play on that. On that common string within the 80% of us, right? I don't care if you are a man who is in love with another man, God bless you. I don't care. As long as I get to live my life and raise my children the way I want to raise my children.
Absolutely.
But the moment you take your ideology and the way you see life and begin to try to shove it down my throat or try to shove it down the throats of my children, now,
yes, ma'am,
both sides should have some tolerance. But they pried on our willingness to say, hey, to each their own, you live the best version of your life. I'm going to go over here and live the best version of my life, and we'll just get along. But they use that as a tool. They manipulated that sense within us And now that they have gotten what they wanted, now they're like, okay, now we have to shut down all dissidents.
You know, you're exactly right. And in my personal and my professional life, I've had to deal with this now for close to 40 years. And at the risk of being somewhat inappropriate, it's I don't care if someone uses a feather or the whole chicken. Not my business.
All right. I don't care.
That's between them and God. I don't care.
I don't care
who you love. I don't care what you do. As long as it's between you and the other person. The moment you force me to celebrate your beliefs, now that's wrong because
as if
I
there
have rights.
is no other belief.
Yes.
You know what? I mean, again, I mean, you know, and people, of course, you can go out there and Google how they call me all kind of names because like that too is a strategy of shutting down conversation. If I don't care who you love, you can love who you want to love.
Yeah.
The problem becomes when you take your way of living and begin to say, okay, now you must not just be okay with me living this way, you must applaud.
I have to celebrate
I
it.
have to celebrate it,
And
right? And if you
wrong.
if you don't jump as high as I think you should jump, then even if you're jumping, maybe you're not jumping high enough. And now now they have a problem with that, right? Or if they want to start teaching it to my children, right? And I'm so very grateful because I'm going to talk about this later in the week. I'm going to have Donald Trump's #1 poster, John McLaughlin, is going to be in, and we're going to kind of break open all of these things. But the Supreme Court just entered a ruling last week that says no, children belong to parents.
Yes.
And parents have the right on whether or not LGBTQ, and I call them the alphabet mafia, is going to be taught to their children. Parents have a right to opt in or opt out.
Amen.
And that the children do not belong to the state. So even the Supreme Court now I've been living this way for a minute, but it's nice to know that the rest of the nation is beginning to see the light and come alongside. Listen, guys, we're about to take a break. Be a part of the conversation. Good, bad, if you're, good, great, call in. Bad, as long as you know how to have a conversation with adults with their own mind. Please call in. I want to have that conversation with you. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. See you on the other side.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
In 2009, 3 days before Halloween, a grisly crime stunned the seaport town of Anacortes, Washington.
I can only describe it as evil.
From 48 Hours, this is Trained to Kill, the dog trainer, the heiress, and the bodyguard.
He couldn't control his obsession.
Who was the hunter and who was the hunted? Follow and listen to Trained to Kill on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At Lendese Seek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendeseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace, where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendeseek.com. lendeseek.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Hello, Pennsylvania. And should I also include New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland? I had someone call in from Tennessee who listens to the show on YouTube. I had someone from Michigan call in before. So you are listening to the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia, WPHT 1210. And I am sitting in for our girl, Dawn Stensland. I'm Kathy Barnett. Here's the call-in number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. And I have my double good guy friend, J.R. McGee, in studio with me, along with his lovely wife, Norma. So grateful to have you both in here today. You know, when we were going out, and again, guys, I want y'all to be a part of the conversation. So again, let me give you that number, 855-839-1210. Jump in, kind of like double, what do you call it? Double scotch jump rope. How you kind of wait to jump in. I want you guys to jump in. Like, you're looking at me strange. Have you ever seen?
Most 70-year-olds don't do double scotch jump rope. But I'm willing to try.
Double Dutch. Sorry, double Dutch jump roping. Like, you're looking at me like, huh? Yes.
I'm willing to try anything
like, you gotta
once.
wait your turn. To jump in. And then once you're in, you start jumping. That's what I want you guys to do. Jump into the conversation. 855-839-1210. I will go to your call as soon as I see it pop up. But, you know, I was thinking, and you and I were talking a little bit off air before we started. I always think about, especially now, because I'm looking at all the things that are going on. Like, I have in front of me three different newspapers that I read, because you got to get your news from somewhere and you can't just rely on one place any longer. But and all of them on the front cover is China. You know, guys, once again, I was right about the 2020 election. I call it theft by 1,000 cuts. It was like everyone was cutting us one way or the other, right? And that's how the election was stolen, not just one particular way. But anyway, I digress. But I'm looking at these three different newspapers, and it's China on the front cover, how they interfered in the 2020 election, according to the FBI. We have China. Do y'all remember those? Back in 2020, we got a lot of seeds in the mail, unsolicited seeds from China in the mail. And we had really stupid Democrats planting them and virtue signaling, while the rest of us were like, why would you plant seeds you just randomly got in the mail? You don't even know. Well, come to find out, those seeds y'all planted, some of y'all planted, Some of those unsolicited seeds from China were mailed to Americans across the country, prompting warnings in all 50 states from officials to not plant them because of the risk that they contain diseases or invasive species. And now we turn to today, and I think we're up to 11 Chinese scientists being detained. Some have already been prosecuted for trying to sneak into our country harmful funguses that are being described as potential agricultural terrorism. So I'm looking at all of and then you see the radical Muslim in New York that's been that the ridiculous voters, affluent, white, well-educated voters voted for in their Democrat primary, where I wake up to this ambush over in northern Idaho. So it's not just outside of our country. You see all of this chaos, but you see it here inside of the country. Just tremendous chaos and confusion. And as I mentioned to you when we first started, or before we started, this quote from Lincoln where he said, "Public opinion is everything. With it, you cannot fail. Without it, you cannot succeed," which begs the question, who's forming our opinion on things? Because there's a high market. There's a large market of people who are trying to be the one who forms our opinion. They're not informing you. They're forming your opinion. They're molding your opinion. And depending upon your opinion, things will either fail or not fail. But your opinion as a listener is important, and there's a market for it.
You know, Kathy, as someone who's been involved in counterterrorism and information warfare for more than 40 years now, China has become extraordinarily good at what we call asymmetrical warfare, unconventional warfare.
Break that down, because I think most people think of warfare like tanks and missiles and
that's
drones.
Conventional warfare, where you meet the enemy on the battlefield and you fight a conventional war between one military with the other military. Asymmetrical warfare is where you fight a battle, but the enemy doesn't know that you're doing it. They attack your infrastructure, they attack your society, they attack the things that support you without you even realizing it's being done. Let me give you a quick example. You mentioned that China's trying to influence our perspectives and our opinions. Look at the rise of YouTube, and especially TikTok. TikTok is owned by the Chinese government, but the part of the Chinese government that runs TikTok is their counterterrorism and information warfare, their cyber terrorism group. TikTok is being used in order to influence Americans, and look how effective that has been.
Yeah.
Look at Temu.
Allow me to just pause right there with you, just to give the facts of what you're saying. According to our FBI and Senator Chuck Grassley, who have been scrutinizing the handling of alleged CCP, China, Communist China Party election interference, they say the 2020 presidential election showed that the FBI alerted federal agencies that fraudulent U.S. driver's licenses from China were being shipped to the United States. And it was in the tens of thousands that China was shipping fraudulent driver's licenses, primarily to Chinese students and other illegals, for them to acquire a mail-in ballot and be able to submit that mail-in ballot. And here's your point. According to their initial source, the initial FBI source, China was using TikTok to get information of where these people were and what information they needed to put on the driver's licenses.
The thing that China's doing, and they're doing a masterful job of it, is they're learning to understand Americans and how we think. It's called the OODA loop. The Air Force came up with this concept, and it eventually got picked up by the quality movement as Plan, Do, Check, Act. OODA is observe, orient, decide, and act. And if you can get inside that loop and you can react before the enemy does, you win 100% of the time. And what China has learned how to do, they can watch what you watch on YouTube. They can watch what you watch on TikTok or whatever it is. They can watch what you watch and learn your patterns. They learn you specifically, Kathy Barnett, and they've got a file on you. Computers make this incredibly easy.
Yeah.
They just simply record everything that you're looking at. At Temu, they record everything you purchase. Now, think about this for a second. If I know what you watch for entertainment and I know what you purchase, I get a very, very clear insight into who you are, what you value, how you think, how you make decisions, and what's important to you. Can you imagine how powerful that information is in the wrong hands? Now, multiply that by 200 million people. They've got files on every American. People think that that's strange. No, NSA's been doing this for years. Our intelligence agencies have been doing this for years. We would have done anything to have gotten this type of information on Russia in the Cold War. But America's giving China information.
It away. Yeah. Now, according to Donald Trump, I heard a report early this morning that they have found a buyer for TikTok because the Trump administration, even the buy. I mean, this actually happened. The for sale sign actually went up on TikTok under the Biden administration. So it must have been bad for the Biden administration to come to some understanding and want to make a move on it.
It is so easy for software programmers to tunnel under that and get around those legal firewalls. I don't believe that having a different owner for TikTok will
Even
have the
an
slightest
American owner?
difference in the intelligence value that China gets from the information. And it's not just TikTok, it's not just Temu. There is a plethora of different things China is doing and using. They've got all kinds of information. They've flooded. Now, I taught for 7 years at Drexel University, and in my classes on leadership and statistics and things of that nature, there was a disproportionate number of Chinese students, incredibly intelligent Chinese students. They were always at the top of the class.
Okay, wait, hold on. Dan said he has a great clip here. Go
Yeah,
ahead
so I
and
just
play
want to
it.
bring in, so there's a TikTok or a YouTuber named Moon. His name's Moon, and he does a lot on the ideological subversion that China employs using TikTok. And to JR and your fantastic point, I just wanted to play the differences between Chinese TikTok and American TikTok just laid forth.
The reason why China's version of TikTok, Douyin, is so different from the version they send to the rest of the world. If you're a child under the age of 14 in China, Douyin shows you the educational videos like science experiments and museum exhibits, with the rest of Chinese TikTok showing hardworking everyday civilians helping their country and sacrificing for the greater communist good. And yet if you're that same child in the United States, TikTok shows you sex, vandalism, crime, social disruption, and other dopamine-satisfying degenerate clips. And when preteens in the US and China were surveyed, asking what is the most aspirational career they hope to achieve, the number one answer in the US was to be a social media influencer, while in China, it was to be an astronaut, which is why it's clear that Mao's old method of creating idols has been turned on its head and used as a weapon.
Thank you, Dan. I mean, someone's just said, Mango Mush. Hey, Mango Mush, I see you on Saturday and you're here on a Monday. But Mango Mush said, eat your Tide Pods, kids. Remember when that was a TikTok? Like I remember that being a TikTok challenge.
And people
eat your
did
Tide
it.
Pods. I hear the music in my ear. We're getting ready to go to
Before
break.
you go, I just wanted to throw this out there. Did you want the Trump clip or you want to tease that for afterwards? His thoughts on TikTok? Here you go.
It's like TikTok. I'm extending that, but no big deal. We have a buyer for TikTok, by the way. I think I'll need probably China approval. I think President Xi will probably do it. I'll tell you in about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
A big technology company there. Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Okay, guys, see y'all on the other side. The number to call in is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cann's, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At Lendese Seek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendeseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace, where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years, with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders, with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendeseek.com. lendeseek.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Like, take that. Hey! Hey, Pennsylvania! You are here with your girl, Kathy Barnett. I am filling in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland. The number to call in is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I'm so glad I met this young lady a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago now. I cannot wait to introduce her to you. But real quick, we have a breaking news alert on something.
Yes, Kathy. While we were talking about influence and opinions, the Supreme Court just announced they're going to take up the case looking at how political parties and individuals donate massive amounts of money to political campaigns.
I'm loving this.
This could shake up our elections and give the power back to the people and take it away from the major organizations. Yes.
I'm loving this. Now, let me get over here to Miss Erica Donos. Hello, Erica. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. It's so good to talk to you.
Yes, I am so glad that we get an opportunity to talk again. For those of you who are not familiar with Erica Donos, you will become fast familiar with her. And you're going to love her as much as I just so really appreciate the work that you're doing. Erica Donos is the wife to the beloved, many of us just really appreciate him, Congressman Byron Donos. Woo! I know.
That's so exciting.
I know. We really talk about your husband a lot. We really appreciate what he stands for. But Erica, being a woman in her own right, she is the chair over the America First Policy Institute's Center for Educational Opportunities and a national expert on education policies and school choice. So Erica, thank you, girl, for joining in. I appreciate it.
Well, I feel the same way about you. So happy that we met and just really thankful for all that you do to spread the good conservative message across the country. So
Yes,
really appreciate you having me, and it's an exciting time for education reform as well.
Well, tell me why, as you give an update on how your baby, the Educational Choice for Children Act, is faring in the new tax bill.
Well, this is why, as you said, it is so exciting. We've seen the ECCA, Education Choice for Children Act, after almost 10 years of myself and others supporting this legislation. It is in the tax package, both on the House and the Senate side. And what it is a tax credit scholarship where individuals like you and I, we can donate to these nonprofits who specialize in providing private school scholarship tuition for parents across the country in all 50 states. So this would expand school choice by double. You know, we've seen a lot of great school choice action in the states. This is going to make it available nationwide.
I love it. I think you and I talked about this, that I homeschooled my children since my daughter was in kindergarten up until we put our son into public school when he went to 9th grade. And this would have been very helpful to my family, but we made that choice because I was watching where the nation was heading and what the curriculum was becoming. And my husband and I made the decision, not on our watch. Not on our watch will you be teaching our children that they are not perfect, that you will not teach them that God made a mistake with them and that they can take a pill and chemically castrate themselves, or God forbid, my daughter mutilate her body thinking they will somehow be someone who they will never become. And so I love this when you explain it to me. So very grateful for your effort on this.
Well, and just like you said, what happened in the public school system is it was no longer responsive to parents and became a tool of ideology instead of focusing on academic achievement. And we've seen that in the scores, which are abysmal right now. Yes. You know, the Supreme Court just decided last week in the Mahmoud case that parents have the right to opt out of those types of ideological teaching that tells girls that they can be boys and boys that can be girls at a very young age. It's crazy that it had to go all the way to the Supreme Court for parents to exert their right that their students would not be taught something that's completely against their religious values at home. But that's what it took, and it does expose what the education system has become and why school choice is so important for every single family.
Yeah, you know, and what was interesting as I read the dissenting opinion, I think it was from Sotomayor, because she voted against giving parental rights back to the parents, and the decision that came down last week. And part of her dissent, she was saying, well, you're creating an untenable situation where teachers will have to rely on parents to know what to teach. And I just started thinking to myself, these are my children. Where did we go wrong in this nation to where we think the schools know what's better for our children than parents?
Well, that's exactly why I ran for school board, because I went to a school board meeting to provide some feedback on a particular issue, along with a bunch of other parents. We were interested in a decision that they had made. We gave our feedback. We were all united, 100 parents behind a particular issue. And the school board looked at us like we were crazy, like, how dare you parents come here and tell us what we should do? We're the experts, and we're going to tell you what we're going to do. We're not even going to consider your feedback. That's when I formed a group called Parents Rock, Parents' Rights of Choice for Kids, and we started interviewing school board candidates and found that none of them were really interested in representing parents. They wanted to represent the union, they wanted to represent the district, or they were looking for a stepping stone to higher office. And I drew the short straw at the time to run for school board to represent the interests of parents and to give parents the right to decide what happens with our children. To your point, we've allowed this to go on for too long in the education system. School choice gives parents, puts them back in the driver's seat and says, I can choose to go to your school and have you teach my kids, but you know what? I can choose to go somewhere else and take my money with me.
I love it. And, and this matters. And I was listening this morning as I was driving in to Dr. Shoshana Shettleman. She is on the board of directors at Columbia University, and she is a brave mama bear soul, right? Because she is being targeted for standing up and speaking out, saying out loud what many of us already know, that something has gone fundamentally wrong with how our children are being used and utilized and put into an activist position. And she was just kind of talking along. And of course, you and I both would have been in the amen corner as she was talking, because it's just so plain and so obvious how something has gone wrong with how we're educating our children, and how too many of our children are coming out with mental health instability, or feeling as though their purpose in life is to be a social media star versus a scientist. And one of the things she said is that we need to make sure our children know they have purpose. And I believe, again, that starts in the home. But if our children are spending 8 hours a day in a public school setting, we want to make sure that the people we are entrusting to teach our children are not going against our values at home, but are coming alongside the family unit and making sure that our children come out knowing, rooted in something that is good and wholesome.
Absolutely. And that's why it's so important that we give that power to parents to choose a school that works not only for their child academically, but aligns with their values as a family. We've seen too much of an ideological divide between the government-controlled, teachers' union-influenced schools, teachers unions that are focusing their conferences on social justice and CRT and DEI instead of how to help these students achieve academically and to be well-rounded citizens. Instead, we have seen an influx of micro schools, pods, private schools, especially in the states that have school choice, where parents have a plethora of quality options for their children. And that free market competition increases quality and access for everyone, including those who remain in the government-run public schools. This is the direction we need to continue to go. And it's so important that in the Big Beautiful Bill, we keep this provision for Education Choice for Children Act. We make sure that it is permanent and that it is able to be used across all 50 states and encourages more schools to come online to allow for more options for families.
I love it. And so you feel confident that it's going to survive a vote either today or tomorrow?
Well, like many of the provisions in the Senate, the parliamentarian did take issue with this particular item. I think she was absolutely wrong. We've seen plenty of tax credits used in reconciliation packages in the past by both Democrats and Republicans. So I don't know what her issue is, but we're working very hard with her and Senate leadership to ensure that it stays in the bill.
Okay. And as of right now, it's in the bill?
It is in the bill, and we're going to see what the Senate decides to do with all of the parliamentarians' issues, whether they're going to allow for them all to be taken out, or if they're going to appeal on them individually. They're going to use a majority vote to put them back in. Obviously, this isn't the only issue that the parliamentarian has taken up, but we know for sure it is the one that shows that this is not about the substance of the bill. This is a tax credit, just like the child tax credit, just like the EV tax credit. And there's no reason whatsoever it shouldn't be included in reconciliation.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate your effort. I appreciate all that you are doing for our children all across the nation. Erica Donos, thank you so much for being on.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll definitely keep you posted and your audience, and thanks for supporting education reforms that are so needed for our kids.
Is there a website people can go to learn more?
Follow me at Erica Donalds on all social media platforms. I'll especially be putting out there how people can support this good bill and other great legislation around the country.
Okay, blessings. Say hi to your husband for us.
I will do that. Thank you.
Blessings. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I am just loving it. We are rocking and rolling, coming to the close of the first hour. Here's the number. Call us, 855-839-1210, 839-1210. I will see you on the other side.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com. Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it.
What is this, Dan? I'm liking it.
Oh, this is later on in that song.
Well, I am like, oh, hit the road.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go back and re-listen to my own music. Like, yes.
I was going to say, you're the one that provided this, Cash.
Yes. I like it. Hit the road, Jack. I think we need to get more comfortable being okay with people not liking us.
Absolutely.
And if you don't like me, you can hit the road, Jack.
You know,
don't come back.
My grandfather taught me something that has always stuck with me. He said, JR, if you don't learn to laugh at yourself, other people will do it for you. And he was right.
I tell my kids that people have a right not to like you.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Just because someone doesn't like you doesn't mean your world comes to an end. It just means, go out and meet new friends. I remember my son, he was on a Carl Jr. He was a little baby. Now he's a grown man, but he's like 2 or 3, and we're at the playground in our neighborhood, and he's out there playing, and someone was mean to him, and he runs over and he's like, Mama, they're mean to me. They're not playing with me. They don't want to play with me. And I looked at him, so sweet, and I said, buddy, people have a right not to like you. It's okay.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think you're great. So I bet if you go over there to that group, you can meet new friends. And guess what? My baby got up, walked over, and started playing with a new group of kids, right? And now he's 19 years old in college. And he came back, he was like, Mama, life is hard.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, life is hard, but you are fully equipped because you know who you are. You know you have a purpose. You know you have been placed here for a reason. So you're not just here to play video games all day and do nothing. And you know that everyone doesn't have to like you, and you're not out here trying to people please.
Absolutely. And that interview you just completed with Erica was so powerful. And our children are our future.
Yeah.
We have to teach them. And it's not just the academics. I love what she's doing. And it's so needed. I mean, what she is leading is desperately needed, but it needs to go further. We've got to find a way to teach our children values. And listen, it doesn't have to be the same values. We all have the choice and the privilege and the right as Americans to believe what we want to believe. But I don't think it's right to not teach children values. They should have the parents' values to start with, and then as they grow older, they get to choose which ones they like from almost a buffet of values out there.
I remember
we don't do enough to teach values.
Yeah, I remember Obama coming on stage just as after he won the first time. And I remember him saying in his most magnanimous way of saying, I am a blank slate for the world to write, for you to write upon. And I thought to myself, that's a lie. Nobody is a blank slate. If you arrive at 50 years old and you're a blank slate, that's a problem, right? But that's a lie. We're not. Somebody from the moment, I mean, actually, while I'm carrying my baby, I am writing on their DNA. I am writing on them, right? They don't come out, even as little children, even as infants, as a blank slate. We begin writing on them immediately about who you are. Do you have value? Is there such a thing as a right and a wrong? Is there a God? Are you God?
Yeah.
Do you get to make up things the way you want to make it up? You know, you're constantly writing. And my challenge to parents is to make sure in this day and age, like never before, make sure you are not sending your babies out into this world like a blank check.
Yep.
Because what happens with a blank check? Somebody's
gonna
come
sign it
and start writing it out, right? And writing out their values, right? Their ideologies, and they will cash that check. And you will have your babies out here doing some of the most insane things like we're watching right now.
And if you're a blank slate, that tells me one of two things. There's only two possibilities. Either you're the ultimate politician who believes in nothing and will simply go with wherever the winds blow, or you're a waste of food and oxygen because you don't believe in anything and you haven't learned how to believe in anything.
And
neither one of those is good.
I'm going to add a third one, or you just lying.
Yes, it could be that you're just lying about what you believe and you don't want people to know what you believe. But a blank slate's not a good thing.
It is not a good thing, but he said it and people bought it. Okay, guys, 855-839-1210. I don't know what this song is. This country? I see you out on the other side.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. I love my songs. I love it. Okay, guys, listen, we are in the second hour of the show. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, who we all love. And so I'm going to go straight to my next caller, Aaron. I hope I don't mispronounce your last name, but I'm saying Aaron Reese.
Rights.
Rights.
You want to protect your rights in the state of Texas, vote Aaron Rights.
How about that? Listen, that is so cool. When I was on Vivek Ramaswamy's team, talk about a mouthful for people to pronounce, we started doing cool little things like cake with Vivek. So we will hold different events where we will have cake with Vivek to help people. So I love that, the association of protect your rights. I will never forget. Aaron Rights, thank you so much for being on, sir.
I'm so happy to be here, Kathy. Thank you.
Yes, you are the candidate for Texas Attorney General, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, Attorney General Ken Paxton, after serving our state faithfully for over a decade, is now making a bid for the United States Senate. And so Texans now have an opportunity for the first time in a long time to choose a new AG. And I'm holding myself out as the guy to succeed him. President Trump, when he nominated me to my former Justice Department position, called me a true MAGA attorney and a warrior for the Constitution. And I think that's exactly what Texans want out of their next AG, a true MAGA attorney and a warrior for the Constitution.
Yeah, I am. I follow you out there on Twitter, and I saw that within the first 2 weeks of you announcing your candidacy for Texas' next Attorney General, you raised over $1.75 million in 2 weeks. Having ran for public office myself, that is impressive.
Well, thank you so much. We are so proud of the momentum that we're building here. Look, this is sort of record-setting in so many ways. I'm a non-incumbent, non-office holder, non-chairman. I don't have any goodies or political handouts to give to anybody. But when I announced 2 weeks ago, people started rallying around this flag. I think folks are excited about somebody coming from the Trump administration, but who also has deep experience in the state of Texas as Attorney General Paxton's deputy, litigating cases with him for several years, and then as Senator Ted Cruz's chief of staff, and then my time in the administration. Folks are excited about this race in a way that they're not about your just conventional GOP establishment candidate that's trying to rise through the ranks. And so that's reflected in our unbelievable fundraising haul. We hit over 1.75 million late last week, and the quarter doesn't end until midnight tonight. I expect we're going to exceed that by a pretty wide margin. And frankly, your listeners can log on to my website, aaronreitz.com, AARONREITZ.com, and help us get over that $2 million mark and just get our numbers up. So folks are excited about having a true MAGA attorney and a warrior for the Constitution as the Texas AG, which is not only a state office, but has massive national impact. I would encourage people to rally around this flag.
I love it. Now, listen, back in 2018, I went to the border, one of the border, I went to Texas to be with moms at the border. And I had the opportunity to spend the weekend with them, maybe about 4 days altogether. And we were at their home. We were we went to dinner with them, and they just started sharing stories. Now this is back in 2018, so this is before Biden opened up the border and allowed 20 million people. I know they say 10, but the point is no one really knows. So
you say 20, it's at least 20. It's at least 20.
I think at a minimum, right? Like when these people come on television and they try to be so definitive that, oh, it's only 2 million gotaways. Here's the thing. They're a gotaway because you don't know. You have no idea.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You have no idea how many people have come in. But one of the things I realized when I went there for the very first time is that I'm up here in Pennsylvania. I think that has nothing to do with me. What is happening in Texas, your poorest border back in 2018, that has nothing to do with me. But what we have all come to realize now is that Texas, what happens in Texas is going to impact the rest of the world because now we've all become border states. Talk to us about that.
Yes. Yeah, it's a phrase that when I was Senator Cruz's chief of staff from 23 to earlier this year, about 2 years, when we were on the campaign trail, he would always make it clear that under Joe Biden, every state has become a border state because of just the massive inroads, the logistical lines, the trafficking lines, both in terms of humans and drugs, unfortunately, have now spread into all of our American states. And it's really unfortunate. Texas used to bear, and it still does bear, the major brunt of the invasion of illegal aliens and the border security crisis that was brought upon us by Joe Biden and his administration. But look, you're exactly right. President Trump had to put a stop to that. He's done so very effectively with Attorney General Pam Bondi and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. But when I was Attorney General Paxton's deputy for legal strategy, I was responsible under his leadership for managing our Texas v. Biden docket. A huge component of that Texas v. Biden docket was our border security and illegal immigration lawsuits and investigations that we launched. During my time with Paxton, we filed nearly 20 border security lawsuits. And so fortunately, we used to the best of our constitutional ability to slow down that invasion as best we could. It was a very difficult task. We were swimming upstream. Right. But once President Trump was elected, he was able to put a stop to the invasion. But now the project is to identify those criminal illegal aliens that are here, and then deport them back to their homes where they belong. And so as the next Texas Attorney General, you need a state AG who's going to be able to mobilize state and local resources in Texas, but then also deeply partner with the Trump administration to work hand in hand to ensure that not only does the invasion stop, not only does illegal immigration go down to zero, but now these millions and millions of illegal aliens that are here actively breaking the law are deported back to their home country. You need an AG who has experience in border security and illegal immigration. You need somebody who's got the battle scars to show that he's been in that fight capably for many years. And you need somebody who knows the inner workings of this administration to engage in that effective partnership. And there's nobody better suited in this race than I am. Folks can learn about my background at aaronreitz.com, AARONREITZ.com.
And so although we're way up here in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, I wanted to talk with you because I think most of us understand now the important role Texas plays in protecting our nation. And so how did we go from 20 million illegals? Every time I say that, I get pissed. I'm so
crazy.
angry.
I know, I'm pissed
How
too.
did that happen? 20 million, God knows who, just walked into our country, taking up our SNAP. You have Democrats bloviating about Republicans want to take away SNAPs. We literally gave away the best of our nation to a bunch of ungrateful illegals. We saw many of them just have great disdain for our country. And Texas is kind of like ground zero for me in my mind. I'm so angry right now. Protecting
totally
our
right.
nation.
You are exactly right. Americans are fed up with this. It's why President Trump not only won a huge majority of the popular vote, but at the Electoral College as well, because the backlash against the 4 years of not just negligence on the part of the Biden administration, but really malicious intent. Even though Joe Biden was too brain dead to know, even though Joe Biden was too brain dead to really know what was going on and just auto-penning the illegal invasion of millions of aliens, his people and the inner core, the cutting edge, the vanguard of today's Democratic Party is far, far left. They hate this country. They hate the people that founded this country. They hate wholesome American families that are patriotic, that love to fly the American flag, that feel pride when they hear the national anthem. And so what do? They try to destroy it and demoralize it by importing tens of millions of illegal aliens to undermine the American rule of law, the Constitution, and our way of life. It's intentional. It's malicious. And as Texas Attorney General, I'm going to do my damnedest to put a stop to it in the Lone Star State. And where exactly like you said, Texas is in the top 10 economies of the world. If it was his own country, it'd be in the top 10 economies in the entire world. And so what happened in Texas has effects that reverberate not only around our entire country, but around the world. You need an AG. Texans need an AG. Americans need a Texas AG who understands the nature of the threat, not only with illegal immigration, but with respect to all of the issues that the left is trying to destroy our country with, whether it's sexualizing our kids or being anti-police or being anti-Semitic, pro-Palestine, whether it's hijacking big tech and big pharma. All of these issues have been captured. All these institutions have been captured by the left. You need a battle-tested attorney general from the state of Texas who is going to push back and hold the line and be a firewall for liberty, law and order, justice, and the Constitution, not only for Texans, and obviously those are the folks that I care about chiefly as the Texas Attorney General, but Americans around the country, even up in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, need to care about who the next Texas Attorney General is, because if we screw this up, if the next Texas AG is just some generic GOP Inc. type candidate, right, then we're going to take our foot off the gas, and President Trump will not have the kind of aggressive partner he needs to stop the left. And I think that that's me. And folks can learn more about me at aaronreitz.com, AARONREITZ.com.
I love it. Thank you so much, Aaron, for coming on. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Kathy. You have a blessed day, too, and we'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. Woo! Y'all, is your blood boiling right about now? Your blood should be boiling when you think about what these people have done to our nation. I know I'm laughing, but I'm laughing so I won't cry. I'm so pissed off right now when I think about what these people have done to our children, to our nation, the greatest nation on the planet, what they did. Let me just say, I know I'm going to break, but let me just say, I'm thinking, as he was talking, I was thinking about, so far right now on social media, there's this huge challenge about how many men can one girl sleep with. And I have not watched it, but you get the imagery where you see like 1,000 men in 24 hours. And the point is just to degrade and to sully and to just rip away anything pure and clean. And it's always the cute, blonde, blue-eyed little white girl. And you have 1,000 men in 24 hours, right? Let's just destroy and mangle her. Guys, I tell you no lie. This is what, as he was talking, that's what I thought that has happened to our country. When you just fling open our borders and you allow 20 million of God knows who from God knows where to just come in and to just sully our nation and to just be among our children and just destroy it. And the rest of us are supposed to just sit back and say, oh yeah, that's completely normal. I'm just pissed right now, so I'm going to go to break, take some water, and calm myself down, and we'll be back. Call me, 855-839-1210. Are you as pissed as I am?
People used to go to jail in this country for doing a lot less than what's been done.
Call me.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. See, the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, trouble. Have I gotten in trouble yet? I really don't care. I'm kind of over what people think. You can't long survive and be free and care what people think. Here's the number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I am Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. And I see I have a caller, Chuck from Philadelphia. What's up, Chuck?
Okay, is your historian still on duty?
He is.
All right, I've got a few questions. First question. The godfather of the American education of teachers education in the universities was Dewey. Not the Dewey that ran against Truman for president, but the other Dewey. Is he familiar with who I'm talking?
I am, sir. He was a famous politician in the day, ran for president.
And he was a socialist.
Yes, sir.
And him and his cohorts, their goal was to take over the education system of teachers in the universities so they could control what children were being taught. They had to start at the university level, work their way down to high school, and then to grade schools. And that was implemented prior to the First World War. Are you familiar with that?
I am, sir.
And what is your question? It's a radio show, short amount of time.
Okay, yeah. It seems it's taken a long time. I'm asking the question, how come it's taken a long time for our politicians in Congress to see what's happening?
Well, it's a very interesting question you ask, and the answer is this.
Good question, Chuck.
It takes a tremendous amount of time to change culture and to change political views and to change values. And this was done very gradually. It was done over many, many years. And the teachers' union actually got involved in establishing curriculums and establishing values and determining what was being taught in classrooms as opposed to the local communities, which had been done up until that time. And because it takes so long to achieve that, and you have to wait to see the results, and then you got to determine, are those results good or bad? And then you have to understand, is this just an isolated phenomenon or is this a systemic issue? So it takes a long time to implement that. It takes a long time to recognize that. It takes a long time to measure that and determine whether or not it's good or bad. And then it takes a long time to overcome that. It didn't get broken in a week. It's not going to get fixed in a week.
I love that.
But I think you're seeing the pendulum change. One thing that is absolutely certain in all of global politics and global strategy, and that is the pendulum swings both ways constantly. And every time there's an overreaction to one side, the pendulum always swings back towards equilibrium.
But allow me to interject that, you know, Rome, no Rome as we once knew her no longer exists.
Absolutely.
So yes, the pendulum swing, but it may not swing in our lifetime, or it may not swing in our location. Time continues to flow. Things will continue to move, but there is no guarantee that America will always be who we have been able to enjoy her at being. And I earnestly feel that we're on a knife's edge. There are no guarantees. I'm grateful that we're going through this time with someone like Donald Trump in office versus the previous administration, but there are still no guarantees. But going back to Chuck's point, what was interesting is that when Biden got in office, and I was traveling across across Pennsylvania, this is when I'm now running for U.S. Senate, I would hear people saying, wow, it just seemed like it happened all of a sudden. All of a sudden. The border opened, girls are cutting off breasts, boys are being chemically castrated, boys are competing with our daughters, the universities are on fire. It just seemed like it happened all of a sudden. I would say, no, this did not happen all of a sudden. This has been a process over many decades. And what they've done during that time, that they didn't just come with policies that says, hey, a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy, now deal with it overnight. They garnered public opinion. And that's how I started the show, is that Abraham Lincoln said, once again, public opinion is everything. With it, you cannot fail. Without it, you cannot succeed. And these people played on the heartstrings of many Americans to move us to a place where we thought if we judged anything, then, judging is wrong. No, judging is how we live.
Yes.
If something is right, something is wrong. Someone asked out here on Twitter, on YouTube, who is J.R. McGee? J.R. McGee is the founder and CEO at Extreme Leadership Group, and a 30-year strategic leadership and counterterrorism specialist and instructor in matters of military intelligence, planning, and preparedness. And he was my go-to person when I ran for both Congress and U.S. Senate on understanding the geopolitical politics that's going on around the world. So that's who J.R. McGee is. Did you want to comment on what I said?
Well, I do. And there's an axiom in the financial world that people go bankrupt extremely slowly, then all of a sudden. And that's exactly how cultural change happens in societies. Very slowly, then all of a sudden. It happens over the tipping point. There was a book written about the tipping point, and that's absolutely true. This has been going on for many, many years, and it's the incrementalism that is hard to determine. It's hard to see in the moment. You can see it very clearly in the rearview mirror, but you can't see it in action. That's what China is doing. China is using subversive, asymmetrical tactics to change things in a way that's not really obvious in the short term. They're very obvious in the long term.
Well, now we are waking up to it.
Ma'am.
Now we have Texas. That's also why I wanted to talk to Aaron, who's running for Attorney General. Texas has just banned China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea from buying land in the state of Texas.
It's about time.
I know. I was reading. What was I reading? It was some article I was reading where China has I think there's like 123,000 acres of land in China. Have their hand on most of it. And so now I think it's good that our legislators are waking up.
If I could say something to that point, the reason why this is important was just visibly demonstrated by the Israelis. They had infiltrated Iran, both their society, their culture, and their communities. They had people, and a lot of them were women Iranians who were very upset at the religious police, but the Israelis got very close to their facilities and their military bases And when they struck, they knew exactly where they were.
Because
they
they
knew
had
exactly what they
infiltrated
had.
it, and
They knew
that's
exactly
exactly-
how to take them down.
Yeah.
And they did it, and it was immediate.
Yeah.
It caught the Iranians totally
And that's
by
exactly.
surprise.
And so you're saying that's exactly
It's-
what China has
It's
done. in
exactly what
infiltrating.
China's trying to do right now to us, and it's succeeding. We've got to wake up, Kathy. We don't have a lot of time.
We don't have a lot of time. And I think this next clip, do you have this clip already? K01A. Yeah, let's play this.
Recently asked about the term globalize the intifada, if it makes you uncomfortable. In that moment, you did not condemn the phrase. Now, just so folks understand, it's a phrase that many people hear as a call to violence against Jews. There's been a lot of attention on this issue. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety are things that, to have meaning, have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you actually condemn it? I think that's the question and the outstanding issue that a number of people, both of the Jewish faith and beyond, have. Do you condemn that phase, globalize the intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about this moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city. And I've heard those fears, and I've had those conversations, and ultimately they are part and parcel of why in my campaign I've put forward a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%. I don't believe that the role of the mayor is to police speech in the manner especially of that of Donald Trump, who has put one New Yorker in jail who's just returned to his family, Mahmoud Khalil, for that very supposed crime of speech. Ultimately, what I think I need to show is the ability to not only talk about something, but to tackle it and to make clear that there's no room for anti-Semitism in this city. We have to root out that bigotry, and ultimately we do that through the actions, and that is the mayor I will be, one that protects Jewish New Yorkers and lives up to that commitment through the work that I do.
But very people...
You know, and she kept going back and forth. Now, if you guys have not seen this, this is the radical Muslim that New Yorkers just voted in for the Democrat primary and the New York City mayoral race. This is, you want to help me with his name?
Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani.
So this is him. And I played it long for you guys so you can see he just won't say the words. I reject global intifada. He won't say the word. I reject global intifada. I reject global he won't say the word.
Because one more chance.
Doesn't.
One more chance.
Quickly, for the
one more
people
chance.
who
Go.
care about the language and who feel really concerned by that phrase, why not just condemn it?
My concern is to start to walk down the line
dancing. The dancing he's doing. He's doing the tango. He's doing the boogie. He's doing everything he needs to do to just not say the words. I reject violence. I reject disobedience. I reject protest. I reject killing and people flying over into other countries and raping and maiming individuals, all in the name of my God. He just won't reject it.
He does it. That's what he believes. He's
That's
not going to
what
say it because he believes
That's
that.
what he believes. We got to take a break. We'll be right back.
A heat advisory is in effect today for heat index values up around 100 degrees. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a scattered shower storm later this afternoon, high 91. Shower and storm chances continue tonight early, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low 76. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy, better chance for some scattered showers and storms with a high near 90.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Take my advice, get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. MarvinECans.com. Marvin E. K-A-N-Z-E. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Welcome back, Pennsylvania. Oh, my goodness. These 2 hours feel like 30 minutes when I get on. You guys have been listening to Kathy Barnett filling in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. Here is the call-in number, 855-839-1210, 10. And right now I have on the line Grover Norquist. Hello, Mr. Norquist. How are you?
I am doing very well, Kathy. I am in the Italian Embassy in Washington, D.C.
Wow. What are you doing there?
Well, I gave a presentation earlier in the day to a bunch of Europeans, part of the Aspen Institute chat, about the president's tax bill, his policies to create more growth, the efforts to speed up how things move in terms of permitting, to getting more energy produced in the United States, available in the United States, and the wonderful tax cuts for individuals and the tax cuts on businesses that will allow them to invest more in plant and equipment and not have to pay high taxes, which discourages plant and equipment, which makes people more productive, which is why you can pay people more if they're more productive.
How about that?
A bigger truck, the driver gets paid more.
Absolutely. For you who do not know who Grover Norquist is, he is the president of Americans for Tax Reform, a taxpayer advocacy group he founded in 1985 at President Reagan's request. And I met you maybe about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and just so impressed with you're just very kind, for one, but then also just very knowledgeable. And I wanted you to come on, so thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule today. I went to bed last night. I was telling a friend of mine that I went to bed watching C-SPAN and our elected leaders in the Senate bloviating. It was a wonderful drug against insomnia, but they were just going back and forth on the bill, and I wanted to bring you on. Tell us the update. Is it going to be voted on today or tomorrow? Do we have the votes for that?
It will be voted on today or tomorrow. It does look like we have the votes. There'll be some back and forth. There'll be some amendments. Most of them will be defeated. They're just Democrat amendments trying to embarrass Republicans or make them vote for something that they want to suggest is silly. What will happen is the Republicans will have a wraparound amendment at the end. So what if one or two Republicans votes with the Democrats on something stupid? That's possible. And then there'll be an amendment at the end to get rid of all of the amendments. So if somebody wants to say, I want to give a bunch of money to some group or something, and they vote yes, they know they're violating the overall effort to reduce spending, but they also know that at the end of the day, there'll be a vote that allows them to eliminate all amendments, and that will pass. So the bill should pass almost exactly as the Republicans had written it. It then goes to the House. It should already be largely agreed upon. The House and Senate have been talking to each other for more than a year. Since before Trump was elected, they've been planning to get this bill passed. And that's one of the reasons it's gone as quickly as it did and as easily as it did, compared to when Trump's first year, in his first term, it took until December 22nd to get the bill to the president's desk to sign.
You know what? I really appreciate that perspective, because watching this has been like watching paint dry, painful and slow. But when you give perspective, well, the first time around it took until December, then yes, this is considerably 6 months faster.
Yeah. So, and the other thing that's here is this is a bill that is really trying to undo the damage of the Biden years. All of that corporate welfare spending for quote-unquote green energy, friends of the administration walking. The person who agreed on who to spend all the money on was a political hack, Podesta, for the president. He was no expert on building energy plants or something like that. He was an expert on where do we need votes, where do we have donors. That's who was making the decisions. Now, I'm not in the room when they made the decisions, but my guessing is the only way Mr. Podesta knew on how to decide whether you should walk away with somebody else's $1 billion was the likelihood you'd give a contribution. And the temptation to do that is very high. And that's why the government shouldn't be handing out money. It should be leaving it in your pocket so that you invest it in ways to build energy.
Well, fortunately, you weren't in that room, but I'm told you were in the room with the president last week to discuss the big, beautiful bill. Were you in the room with him? And what, if so, what was his number one goal?
There were 100 people in the room, and you can see it on C-SPAN, so nobody missed out on anything. It was a great bill. It was great success for the president. He walked through the importance of reducing tax rates for everybody. Every once in a while, somebody goes, "Oh, we should raise taxes on rich people," and you're going, "I'm sorry, everybody's taxes are too high." And whenever the liberals say, "Let's raise taxes on rich people," they haven't finished the sentence. The sentence goes, "Let's raise taxes on rich people first. Then we bring that new tax down to hit everybody." The income tax passed more than 100 years ago. The top rate, when they put it in, was 7%. And in order to be hit by the top rate of 7%, you had to make, in today's dollars, more than $11 million. Now, at the very bottom, the lowest income person who's taxed, it's 10%, higher than what we used to do to people with $15 million each year. Somebody says...
And just double clicking on that for a moment, one of the reasons, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the reasons why we had such low taxes 100 years ago is because we relied primarily on tariffs from taxing other nations to do business in our country versus taxing our own people. Is that correct or not?
Well, I'd phrase it almost sort of, you're not wrong, but it's the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Because the federal government only costs 3% of GDP, tariffs covered almost a third of the cost. So the other big driver was selling alcohol, alcohol taxes. Now, so you can have a government which basically, and they sold land because there was all this federal land out there that people wanted to move on to and build casinos and things like that. Because the government was so small, the amount of money that was raised from tariffs was enough to pay for much of it. We would not want, we need to dramatically reduce the over 23% of the economy that's federal government takes. There's no pleasant way to raise that much money.
Right.
We need to get it down to, I'm in favor of getting it down to where you could pay for it all with tariffs. But then I wouldn't really care what you paid for it with, because 3% is not a big number.
Yeah, and the reality is, the political reality, the cultural reality, that we're not going to get there. And so I love the fact that when I listen to President Trump and Secretary Bassett, it's all about growing our way into a new situation, right? And not just cutting our way. No one is going to cut. I mean, I wish we would cut a lot of these entitlement programs, but the reality, from a variety of perspectives, we're not. So in this last minute or so, what's in, what's out? Is the SALT reduction still in?
Okay. The state local tax deductibility was $10,000 per tax return. Then the House said, let's bring that up to $40,000. The Senate, and make it permanent. The Senate said, we'll take it up to $40,000 for 4 or 5 years, then it goes back to $10,000. So it is there. And because some of our states, California, New Jersey, New York, have taxes that are so high.
Pennsylvania,
yes. It can be very painful, particularly if you live in a big city with high city taxes, to not be able to deduct state and local taxes. On the other hand, you don't want to create an incentive for big cities to raise taxes and go, oh, it's not so bad, you can deduct it.
Well, that is true too, right? I mean, I was listening to Patriot Radio, and you have a lot of conservatives saying, the rest of the nation shouldn't be burdened with the tax bill of, the California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. That is not fair, and I know that is a prevailing thought. But my thought is, well, we don't have a lot of tornadoes up here or hurricanes up here. We don't have wildfires up here, and yet my tax dollars go to subsidize and to bail out a lot of other states. What do you think about that thought? I think it's perfect, by the way, but what do you think? You're the expert.
Well, if one can divide things and do it at the state level, it should be at the state level, right? If New York City wants to have terribly high taxes, they should deal with that themselves. If the people in California don't want to clear, trees out so that they can't be wildfires, and then they're going to burn everything down every little bit, well, then they should be responsible for paying for that. And if Florida people decide to live on the beach where there's a typhoon every 6 years, they just need to work that into their insurance.
But they don't.
But the more people can become responsible for, and there's a collective thing. We all take insurance because not every, even the hurricanes in New York don't even the hurricanes don't hit everybody all the time. So as much as you can, it's better to do it at the state and local level, not because you're closer to the government. I'm not any closer to the mayor than I am to the president.
Right.
But because states have competition and cities have competition. If you can look over at another city and state and go, wow, they do it less expensively, let's do that. That's the way to govern. Learn from other cities and states' mistakes and also learn from the things that they do right.
I agree, and that's why I wanted to have you on to give us some perspective. Thank you so much, Grover, for your time.
Good to be with you. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, blessings. Okay, guys, I am coming back to my last couple of minutes. If you want to get in on a call, the number is 855-839-1210. Talk to you in a moment.
Need to know. Depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Investigators are trying to figure out what caused the explosion in Nicetown that killed one person, injured two others, and destroyed multiple homes. A Philly school safety officer is in critical but stable condition after being shot during a road rage incident. And the Dell Music Center hosted a free concert and fireworks show as part of the Welcome America event.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, guys, this is it. The end for today. I will be back tomorrow. Kathy Barnett filling in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. So be ready. Same place, same time tomorrow. I was cracking up as I was reading some of you guys out here on YouTube, some of your chat when I played that video with the radical Muslim. Yeah, I'm going to just keep calling him the radical Muslim. Mamdani up in New York, when I played that clip about, just answer the question, man. Are you a radical Muslim? Are you for global intifada? If not, just say you're not. And how he just kept, doing a tango dance around it. Someone said, who was it? Mango Much said, none answer, word salad. Susie Loves Jeffy says, I'll take balsamic vinegar with that word salad. Mango Mush came back saying, the Marxist Muslim. What an oxymoron. It is so true. We get it. Someone else said, Jimmy said, if this guy wins New York, the Democrat Party is going down big in the midterm. Doesn't he want to defund the police? Yes. Hence the reason why every other demographic went for this man, especially affluent, white, highly educated people. Highly educated meaning a bachelor's degree. So those with bachelor degrees, affluent, white, they voted for this guy. But guess who did not? Black people.
Hooah.
Finally, I can say something positive about black people and their voting habits.
Amen.
Because generally, we suck. Not me, but black people. I'm black, but I don't suck with my voting. But generally, black people suck. Now, they did vote for Cuomo, the granny killer, right? The one who was locking up grannies during COVID. During 2020 and putting COVID-19 positive people in there. But overall, black people got it right. That's my closing statement. What do you want to say, JR?
Kathy, we've had a couple of excellent call-in guests today, and all of us have been talking about a world on fire and in total chaos. And it's easy to get discouraged with all that. But you know what? I own 14 registered trademarks for leadership principles, and the one that's going to go on my tombstone says, we never choose our adversity. We always choose our attitude. And I choose to have an attitude that's positive. I look at all these things and look at the opportunity that we have to make a difference. We have an opportunity to go out and change things. There's no better time to change society and to change culture than when things are in chaos. When things are stable, it's almost impossible to change. So I look at this not as chaos and problems. I look at this as opportunities and an advantage for people who are in front of the thing, who are looking at what they want to go do and have a plan and a strategy for how to accomplish it. And that's us. God bless the America. God bless the United States. And God bless you, Kathy.
Oh, thank you, JR and Norma. Thank you both for coming in. To everyone else, take JR's advice. Move with purpose, not anger. Blessings, and see y'all tomorrow.
as we celebrate our nation's independence. Over 5,000 crash-proof retirement clients like Rochelle Porto of Bucks County enjoy financial freedom from the pitfalls of Wall Street. They are free to celebrate the birth of our nation, knowing all they worked for is protected and growing.
Independence Weekend, July 4th, we celebrate our nation's independence. I feel that same independence with crash-proof retirement because there's no fees, no risk, and growth every year. My principal has never gone down. I've always earned every year. Everything I've earned in that year creates a new principal, so I'm never going to lose what I actually put in. I've got the freedom to live out my dreams, and I've got the peace of mind to know that my retirement's going to go the way I want.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy Independence Day from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton, and celebrate your freedom to save in style.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano's show. And the big, beautiful bill, I'm here to tell you, looks like it stands a much better chance of passing than we originally were led to believe. I look at the odds makers, and I see pretty clearly that they've gone up. Not sure. Is it Tillis being out? Tillis seeing the handwriting on the wall with President Trump? Is it that that's the last remaining group of people that will have any kind of difficulty with passing this? And I think I would bet by July 4th we're going to have the big, beautiful bill. Now, there's still things going on with Medicaid and also with the issue of the SALT tax. There are differences. I mean, the House would give them the SALT tax, the $40,000, which is ridiculous. I mean, the Senate would, but it would expire in 2030. So there are differences here still to be dealt with, but this is a big moment. Now, Michael Watley is going to be on the show today. He'll be here at, Michael Watley will be here at 12:30, and we'll talk with him. He is one of the nominees for the possible open seat on the Republican side. Of course, Laura Trump. Scott Presler will be here today, just off the Laura Trump show. I would say Michael Watley will not run, but we'll see how it plays out. All right, 855-839-1210. We have also State Senator Ferry jumping in. I told you last week about this commuter tax bill. But let's start with some of the developments coming over the weekend. Particularly, I just did Newsmax again and talk again, you can't get away from it, of the New York guy, the radical communist, running for the mayor of New York. And even on MSNBC, here is MSNBC's Katty Kay, who is one of the establishment extraordinaire on the left, talking about what Democrats are trying to do. As I told you, if this guy wins, this is a win for Republicans in the midterms. Curtis Sliwa ought to stay in, not coalesce, and get out so that we have just one opponent to this guy. Here's Katty Kay talking about when his name comes up. And over the weekend, he said, we shouldn't have any billionaires. Why? He didn't say what he would do to them. He didn't say he would kill them. But he said he would prevent having billionaires. Why do we need to have billionaires? What planet is this guy from? He's AOC with an anti-Semitic twist. You don't get any better than this. Let's have them win in New York. They deserve it for the way that they voted. All right, here's Katty Kay.
Okay, similar to what we just heard from Congresswoman Stevens, we spoke with a pair of Democrats last week, both of whom gave a strikingly similar answer when asked about Zohran Mamdani. There is a pattern emerging here. That comes amid new questions about the new New York City mayoral candidate, particularly when it comes to issues involving Israel and the Palestinians. You're watching Morning Joe. We'll talk about that when we come right back.
Now, this is cut 15. Here's the Congresswoman in question. We already told you about Mikey Sherrill, how she stepped into this. What can Democrats say when they're confronted with this guy? What do you think about this guy? That's the obvious question every one of them ought to be asked. Well, here's what this representative from Michigan said, as if this is clever and as if this is the way that you're going to be able to get away with it. Here's what she said.
Okay, so let's talk about that Senate run. Last week, of course, we saw the upset victory in New York. Zohran Mamdani defeating Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral primary. We're going to talk about it later in the program for some of the things that Mr. Mamdani has said or not said over the weekend. But I want to talk to you about how he ran his campaign. What does somebody like you take away from that campaign, both in terms of the way he conducted the campaign, which I think many Democrats think, okay, here we see some kind of a model of communications and outreach and breaking through and getting attention, but also the policies that he ran on. Are those kind of policies that could work for you? Is he too far to the left of you for Michigan? How did you feel about what he was saying and doing?
Well, I certainly appreciate your question, but of course, I can only speak to what is going on here in Michigan, and I'm someone who flipped a seat.
Oh, wait a minute. Stop the tape. Stop the tape here. Wait a minute, lady. You're on a national show. I can only tell you about podunk here in Michigan. I can't tell you about anything beyond that. We had one that tried that last week. And just smile and keep on talking. And if the interviewer lets you get away with it, that's what you're going to do. Now, Katty Kay at least said, hey, this is not playing. That we don't have to play anymore, Henry. She just went on and prattled on more going forward. And the bottom line is they don't know what to say about this guy. Here's a cut where on Meet the Press, Mamdani, cut 7, says that, no, we shouldn't have billionaires. Cut 7.
You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
All right. So, again, no billionaires, just out of pocket. We're not going to do that. We don't need that. Again, if this guy becomes mayor of New York, he would do damage, but I am not in the camp that thinks Curtis Sliwa ought to get out or that it's the end of the world. It helps to win in the midterms. It exposes where they are. If they can't condemn him, just like this woman in Michigan, then we may be saddled with him in New York. That may be the place where all this ends up. And the bottom line on that is I don't think that's so bad. Now, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, I led off with talking about Tom Tillis, who was the walking, breathing apparatus of a rhino leaving in North Carolina. Will others get the message? Are we going to see friction when it comes to the House and the Senate? A lot less than I think. Here's how I think this goes. I think we could see the House vote on this sometime on Wednesday, the big, beautiful bill. I think they'll pass it. Potentially. It's going to be razor thin. Are they actually going to hold out for more of that SALT money? They don't like the number of years they've gotten here. Are they actually going to say to the President of the United States, well, the Medicaid cuts in the Senate bill are too extreme? Now, we've been through this, and I've even seen more over the weekend, the percentage of people that are getting Medicaid that are able-bodied. All the Senate bill does says if you have kids over the age of 15, the House side is if you're childless and able-bodied, then you have to perform 80 hours of volunteer work or service or something of that nature in a month. Why? And we'll have Jeff Van Drew and Scott Perry, and particularly Van Drew. They're very afraid, and so is President Trump on this, of Medicaid being the third rail. Why? We have not got one caller in that camp, even in the slightest, saying that, yes, they have to be very careful. They don't come across as cruel and all the rest of it. Look, Trump is a populist. No tax for tips. The overtime in here. The devil in the detail here. There's details attached to it. These are all big things. And Democrats are talking about the fact we ought to be more like that. Well, the answer is you can't. It's fraudulent. People know that. They know what you're about. The only guy you're touting now is a communist, probably, not just a socialist, who is anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, Holocaust denier, the whole thing. And you're touting him as the new face of your party. This is AOC with an anti-Semitic bent. That's not going to be effective. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that we have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you. By the way, President Trump is slated to attend the opening of so-called Alligator Alcatraz in Florida this week. He'll be doing that. The message is, don't come here. You don't want to end up in a place like this before you're going to be deported. And again, Ron DeSantis, a real detail-oriented guy. It's a shame the charisma and all that to be president not there, is the one that got this done. All right, side question today. Never have done this before. It's going to be interesting. Let me take my time to explain how this works. It's a domino effect. On Saturday was the anniversary of Archduke Ferdinand assassinated. And as a result of that, the war to end all wars, the First World War, dominoed from one power to another. That's how it broke out because of his assassination. We're looking for something, maybe not as monumental, but something that happens, could be in the world of sports, politics, history, anything, where this one action then had a domino effect and created something else. For example, when looking at this over the weekend, the YouTube wardrobe malfunction with Janet Jackson had widespread domino effects about different acts, what was going to happen next, etc. Something as simple as that. In other words, something that when it happened, if for that, we wouldn't have gotten something else. It's all in the call. You might have a really simple one. There's a million of them out there each day. The domino effect. And with Archduke Ferdinand, that was one of the biggest domino effects in human history. All right, get in early. Going to be a lot of calls on this at 855-839-1210. You can hit us with yours. Also, coming up, Michael Watley. Want to talk, too, about the WNBA coming to Philadelphia. Oh, my God, not to 2030, though. What takes so long in order to put this together? And over the weekend, I think I have it somewhere here, they're already discussing the white guy who was picked number 1 in the NBA and why, if he can walk and chew gum at the same time, he's going to be seen as a big star by Americans. This is ESPN. Starting trouble. Caitlin Collins like trouble. That's the only thing that's given the WNBA, beating up on Caitlin Collins and things of that nature, any kind of play with the rest of the world. All right, Henry, you came up with this one. What's your domino?
Yeah, so back when Gutenberg invented the printing press,
yes,
it was very small typeface. And what resulted because of that is that people are like, oh, my gosh, I can't see.
Okay.
I need to get glasses. So what happened was that glasses, which were kind of, rare at the time, became more and more popular and more common. And so as a result, they got better and they got cheaper and they became the kind of like household kind of item you have today. Like you're wearing a pair right now, and it wouldn't be for the fact that
Thank you for the printing press.
If the press wasn't invented, people wouldn't have been reading. People would have been squinting and been like, oh, man, I really can't see over there.
I guess they did have glasses sort of by then. Okay, coming up, too. The Philadelphia Inquirer attacks our buddy Fred Herron out there in Bucks County with the ultimate slur that they go after person, saying that Fred Herron is bringing Trump-style politics to Bucks County. How did he get here, they want to know. How did he become the Trump of Bucks County? Oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with your domino effect. Are you feeling pretty good about the big, beautiful bill? I am. There's still hurdles, but I'm predicting it will be on the president's desk maybe early Friday morning. I'm talking overnight Thursday into Friday. There could still be some glitches at the end. But after seeing Tillis, are these guys in the SALT group going to hold out? They're getting their $40,000. I'm completely against this, but you know what? We got to get the bill through. I just cannot believe we are going to give Jersey, with all their nonsense, $40,000 they can take off in their federal income tax, and New York and Massachusetts, et cetera. It just doesn't seem remotely possible to me. 855-839-1210. You grab a line. You get in right now on Talk Radio 1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany.
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's a long build-up. Dom Giordano Show, good Monday. Welcome in. All right, Fred Herron, I'm coming to your calls. Side question today, domino effect. Anything where the creation of a domino effect by this person, by that happening, we end up with this. That's what we're looking for.
Also otherwise known as the butterfly effect.
Yes, that's good. Yeah. Coming up, too, I will need more time on this one, so I'll wait till after Michael Watley. The U.S. Catholic Conference of Bishops and the media that covered it over the weekend said it's kind of curious that Catholics still support Trump, but the Prowetts go wild attacking Trump. In a letter, they claimed that the bill, the big, beautiful bill, which calls for billions of dollars to bolster ICE, would spur immigration raids, harm hardworking families, and fund a border wall that would heighten peril for migrants. Its passage would be a moral failure for American society as a whole. On a scale of 1 to 10, how are these guys judging moral failure? I'd like to know how many of them were around there during the pre-scandal, for example. All right? I wonder how many of them said anything about the most pro-abortion, arguably, president in history, or right up there, who was seen as a devout Catholic. Why this? Well, they're hooked in with all the money that's involved with this. They want people here that are immigrants, legal or illegal. Why? They're more compliant. That's my theory. So the bishops jumping in here big time on the big, beautiful bill. There's a lot more in this letter. I'll get to it. They're disgraceful. They are. I don't see their moral standing, and particularly on this issue. And let's see, where's the front page of New York? Yeah, New York Times says, leading Prowetts are expressing outrage at the drive toward mass deportation. But then they say in here, and yet Catholics are increasingly supporting Trump. They wonder about the distance here. Well, they're not listening to these guys. Isn't that the bottom line? Who is listening to these guys? I'd like to know. I mean, they can say anything they want. Do you believe you have to listen to them? I don't. 855-839-1210. What's their moral standing? In incident after incident, including this one, they're telling people we have to be overrun. Let's face it, the guy up in New York, Dolan. Now, the Pope hasn't weighed in like this yet. I'm waiting to see it, but the average Catholic bishop is in the tank on all this stuff. What moral authority do they have? New York Times kind of surprised. Well, why are Catholics then supporting Trump? Because it's common sense. They're not listening to these people to tell them, oh, man, I better rethink that Trump support. These guys are right. This passage would be a moral failure for American society as a whole. It was organized by Archbishop John C. Wester, Santa Fe, New Mexico, who attended an ecumenical protest against the bill last week. This draconian, heavy-handed, mean-spirited way the country is dealing with immigrants today, it's not fair, it's not humane, it's not moral. It's something we have to be really earnest about and do everything we can within the law to make our voices heard. Well, you can make your voice heard, and it seems, Archbishop, that Catholics are not listening to that. Why might that be? They're steadily increasing their support of Trump. All right, let me go to Bernie in Tacony on Talk Radio 1210 to start off. Hey, Bernie, good afternoon.
Yeah, you wanted what I would say is a domino effect?
Sure.
That guy in New York, we have a track record. Our goofy former energy czar was a crazy socialist from Canada who became governor of Michigan and tried that in Michigan and tanked the state worse than the rest of the country in 2008. And as a man from Michigan said, it looked great in the beginning, and then everything went down the sewer.
So what's
so, like I said, there's a track record out here on that.
Oh, yeah. So what's the domino effect, though?
No, but it's going to happen. Everything looks good in the beginning, and then it goes down to... Oh, in reference to the Catholic bishops, all they see is we got new parishioners, and they put in collection.
Exactly. Thank you, Bernie, very much. And it's not really a domino. That's okay. We'll get it as we move along. The bishops, though, give you a lot more details on this today at the 11th hour against the big, beautiful bill. There is a lot of money in there to help ICE deport people that are here illegally. And again, the New York Times, what struck me is they give some data on Catholic voters who did swing to Trump big time in the last election and are swinging even more at this point in time. And they wonder, well, where is the disconnect? Because there's a huge disconnect between the average Catholic and the people that are running the Catholic Church. I mean, that's what seems to me to be obvious. Now, they still have people compliant because they're told, well, they have the teaching authority, et cetera. Well, what are they right on again? Look at the Biden years. Did they step up and do anything like this in the Biden years when it came to abortion? No, they did not. You have the pre-scandal. And then you have their hectoring on this issue of illegal immigration. So sure, there's a disconnect. I think people are Catholic because they've always been Catholic and they feel they're not going to be run out of the Catholic Church by these people that are in charge. And then there are others that are in sync. They're liberal Catholics and they go along with this. That's the only theory I have. But the reason why Trump is getting traction with them, even against an alleged Catholic in Biden, is the fact they don't agree with the Catholic Church, particularly on this issue of illegal immigration. They're tired. We play that Dolan cut all the time, telling people in New York, you are neglecting to remember what it was like for immigrants when you came here. Why are you not embracing this invasion? People get it. They're not going to do that. They may not be erupting at the bishops, but they're certainly not going to follow them. So where is their power anymore? I mean, what do they have that they bring to the table here? They used to be a powerhouse. And it seems as whatever they say is bouncing off Donald Trump. All right, now Michael Watley is coming up. Originally, the head of the RNC, we wanted him on to talk about the game plan in Jersey. We will. But Watley is from North Carolina, as you probably know. He is one of the persons today to be put up, if Trump wanted, to take on the Tillis seat, which was shocking that he just up and quit over the weekend, right in the middle of this. But I think that helped to trigger where we are now. It's not going to be necessarily overwhelming that we get the big, beautiful bill, but I think it stands a heck of a chance to pass. And we've talked about it a tremendous amount. the tax cuts, the reform of Medicaid, sort of. I told you about school choice in there. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It's all there. It's populism of a Trump form. You get in, though, right now at 855-839-1210. Butterfly effect. The Simpsons did something on that. Star Trek did it. Back to the Future. Give us a domino that when it fell, like the killing of the Archduke, the assassination of JFK, it swept LBJ into the White House, and the Civil Rights Bill was finally able to pass. He was overwhelming. One historical event, if significant enough, could be a sports one, could be whatever you want. Hit us with yours to start off the week. And tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you do listen to what the bishops say. They're right. And these Catholics that are following Trump, they say, are just cruel, heavy-handed, mean-spirited. Really, it must be easy to sit there as a bishop and neglect what people are trying to tell you about illegal immigration. 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guest. The Dom Show. Michael Watley, frequent guest. Love having him on. The RNC did spectacular work and continue to do that. He is the RNC chairman. Joins us here in Philadelphia. Michael Watley, welcome back. Thanks very much for joining us.
It is great to be on with you, Dom.
Well, it's always good, and we're going to talk Jersey here at some point, but as a North Carolinian, I have to ask you, the Tillis situation, were you guys surprised that this happened?
Yeah, we were surprised, and obviously disappointed with his vote in terms of getting onto the big, beautiful bill. But the fact is that our focus remains on getting this bill to the president's desk. Thankfully, we had the 51 votes on Saturday night to get on the bill. We're voting right now, and we're in a position to get this back over to the House and get it to the president's desk.
I have to say before, I've had on some of the congressmen we really like. We had Perry and Van Drew the other day, and it seemed like reconciliation with the House would take a lot. Somehow or another over the weekend, and I wanted to ask you, what is it? I have a much better feeling. Some odds makers and others, they do too. What is it that's changed here?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just, we're living the old Saturday morning cartoon from Schoolhouse Rock, I'm just a bill in real life. The fact is that you got to get a bill through the House. You got to get it through the Senate. Those have to have exact same words and provisions. And, even the commas and semicolons have to be lined up identically before it can go to the president's desk. And so, we're making sure right now that the Speaker of the House, Senator Thune over in the Senate, are working to get this bill, into identical tracks so that they can get it to the president's desk.
Now, the only thing I see, and I read it pretty carefully, it may have narrowed quite a bit here. The SALT thing is one thing, but I think that the Senate and the House both give the $40,000. One gets rid of it, the Senate, in 2030, I think, Michael. But the Medicaid thing, I don't see the Senate going overboard on this, but there are some people, I can't quite tell with the president if he thinks they're stepping on the third rail of Medicaid here. I think it's pretty normal what they're asking to do to reform it. So how does the Medicaid thing get done between the two bodies?
Well, I think that's going to be ultimately a conversation between the president, the speaker, and Senator Thune, and to make sure that you're going to have provisions that can get through both bodies.
You guys know that you must be living right. The luck that comes down the path, it's hard work too. But this guy who is the mayoral candidate of the Democrats in New York, I'd love to sit in a room with you and see when the Democrats are asked about it. This woman from Michigan yesterday, it was this morning on Morning Joe, says, well, I'm not in New York. I'm just here to talk about Michigan.
Yeah, look, the fact is, Zohran Mamdani is the new face of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
You have the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, putting their arms around this guy, touting him as the future, of the Democratic Party. You have folks from California, Illinois, Michigan, all across the country that are putting their arms around this guy and talking about he is the new leader. It's the same vein as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's the same vein as Jasmine Crockett. I mean, it is the Democratic Party right now is open borders, inflationary spending, anti-Semitic, and a weak America. That's where they are as a party. And, everybody wants to say that they're rudderless and leaderless. I would just say they've got a bunch of people who want to lead, and the rudder is pointing straight to the left.
One point you made there, too, AOC, at least, I wouldn't say is overtly anti-Semitic. This guy on national TV couldn't say, no, I'm not going to say that I don't support a global intifada.
Yeah, I mean, it's really appalling, and the fact is right now, the United States is working with Israel to make sure that Iran will never have nuclear weapons. The world is a better place without Iran having nuclear weapons. And we've got, half the Democratic Party or more who are out there, wanting to support Iran on this fight. It is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
Let's talk New Jersey a little bit. You're the master strategist, nuts and bolts, the strategy. The last time I see Jersey, again, Mikey Sherrill couldn't avoid it the other day, Chairman. The guy in New York, she said, well, I support his goals. And if affordability is the issue, every Democrat out there sees this guy saying affordability, but they're the ones that caused it. So how do you see New Jersey right now?
Well, look, New Jersey is ready for a change. The voters in New Jersey do not want out-of-control inflation. They do not want sky-high prices. They do not want sky-high taxes. You know, New Jersey is ranked 49th out of 50 states in terms of competitive right now. And so you have Mikey, who's out there, putting her arm around Mom Donnie. And again, that is not where New Jersey and the voters want to go.
The big wins, but the biggest is to get rid of this nationwide injunction. Give me your insight. We've had this morning now the Attorney General in Jersey, Blanken, talking about, well, we still have the power of a nationwide injunction, the various attorneys general.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Democrats are going to go to the courts and fight President Trump's agenda every opportunity that they can. And we have seen that during the president's first term. We've certainly seen it during the first 6 months of this term, that they're not going to win with the popular vote. They're not going to win in terms of, votes through Congress. The president is going to go out and implement this agenda to restore, the southern border, rebuild our economy, and make sure America is strong. And the Democrats are going to fight it, kicking and screaming. It was a very, very important decision that the Supreme Court handed down last week. I think the implications of that are going to be very long-lasting, but I'm not surprised that the Democrat AGs are going to turn around and go right back into court and try and get, their victories, whether it's in state court or other lower district courts. And if they can't do it on a national injunction, they'll try and get it on a New Jersey injunction.
Well, that's one thing in the states, but the Supreme Court was very clear, very commonsensical here, that this can't go on. I forget the exact number. I think it was in the certain number of years, 27 times this happened. With President Trump, it's been over 150. So it's a strategy that commonsensically people have rejected, and this will pass, and it will also give something to run on for the midterms.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. I mean, the Democrats are again going to do everything they can to push back on the president's pro-America, common sense agenda. The fact that they're going to fight in court again and again and again and again should not surprise anybody. But you have to ask yourself, why are the Democrats fighting harder for violent, criminal, illegal aliens than they are their own constituents? Why are they fighting harder about, putting boys and girls sports in men and women's locker rooms than they are about protecting, the girls and women of New Jersey and all across the country? Why are they fighting every single day, to try and make sure that we're going to have inflationary spending and a weak America? They should be understanding that their voters want to go in a different direction and getting on board.
Absolutely. Where did we find all things RNC, Chairman?
We can go to GOP.com. You can follow me on X at Chairman Watley. And obviously, we've got a number of different places where you can find out information on X as well with the White House Rapid Response Team and others.
Wait a minute. We broadcast from the White House, and the Rapid Response guy wasn't there. You guys got to give this guy a raise. You got to identify him. It is masterful. It's one of the best I've seen on Twitter.
Yeah, we're really excited about the team, and obviously the president and the administration are going to give him a lot of ammunition all day, every day. But what's particularly fun about that team is how much ammunition the Democrats are giving him.
Exactly. Rapid Response is one of our go-tos. Michael Watley, thank you. Thanks, Chairman, very much.
Absolutely. Take care, Dom.
All right, Michael Watley here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. All right, we got some good ones lined up for the butterfly effect domino. We've never done it, but one of the all-time dominoes on Saturday. Back to World War I, Archduke Ferdinand. He gets assassinated, bang. That's it. Millions die coming off that incident. That's the trigger. That's the type of thing that we're looking for. All right, you heard Michael Watley. I don't know. Do I see him as a guy running for the Senate? I think it's Laura Trump. but I'll talk with Scott Presler, at his 2 o'clock time. And I know he's making that documentary today, among other things. So I think there's a book coming out, too, which we're right inside of with you. All right, 855-839-1210. And the Catholic Church, the bishops, at the 11th hour weighing in on this. Again, I was thinking with Perry and Van Drew, I think we had them both on Thursday, particularly Van Drew. They were skeptical that they were going to reconcile with the Senate. Now, there is that pesky parliamentarian here, though. And that's a little bit up in the air, whether she'll come running in tisking and saying, no, you can't even vote on this. I'm not sure which way John Thune will go. The president putting every lever. Are we going to let some parliamentarian who was put in there by Harry Reid, ultimate partisan Democrat, majority leader, way back when, Dingy Harry, as Rush called him. Is his legacy going to be he stops the big, beautiful bill with some parliamentarian? I mean, the parts that she wants to strip out are enormous. This will never work. The House isn't going to go for that. I haven't seen more. I'm looking today to see what they vote on next and what she does. But I think they can bypass her. And I don't think anything's going to happen, and I think we're going to get it. Now, Democrats will say, oh, yeah, wait until you see what we do. Yeah, well, okay. This is that important. This helps to solidify the midterms big time, just like the guy in New York does. 2 things can happen out of 3 that are good there. 1, he wins. If he does, there's going to be no escaping him for Democrats. 2, Sliwa wins. 3, well, I guess 3 good. Adams can win, and you still have the same nonsense that goes on. No, Sliwa should not get out. He has to stay in. He's got a shot. 855-839-1210. You get in.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/2023.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano show. Over the weekend, several news outlets showing truck drivers outraged because under President Trump, they now have to learn to speak and understand English. Oh, my God. Rolling down the highways, not able to read the signs and a million other things. That's been business as usual. What could happen that would be bad? But all of a sudden now, you have to pass the test, prove that. How in the world were you driving trucks, maybe even dangerously, and not being able to speak English? Well, I'm driving. I don't need to do anything else. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe's on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good morning, Dom. Or good afternoon. Again, I apologize. Dom, this guy in New York, I don't know. I just don't know how you can get away with saying state-owned supermarkets and not just turn your campaign upside down.
Yeah, well, look at the people he was running against. Adams has, and didn't even run, his baggage beyond belief. Then Cuomo's got more baggage.
Sure. And I got to applaud that interviewer a little bit more than I've been used to liberal interviews pressing it. But I thought she would have really appealed to me and us if she said, okay, so just one more time, you're not going to condemn the Antifada. That would have really driven the point home, but at least she pursued it. Was it 2 or 3 times over?
Yeah, and the explanation is gibberish when it comes to why he can't say it.
Right.
And Joe, if this guy becomes mayor of New York, I stick by what I said. I'm not appalled by it. Well, I'm appalled, but they deserve it. And you can see every one of these Democrats don't know what to do as we head into the midterms. This guy will be a national celebrity beyond belief. He will challenge Trump. Some of them will get behind him. And all that has a trickle effect, big picture effect in the midterms.
And I actually see your point, where before things get better, they got to get worse. This guy's got to show how bad New York could really get to maybe drive, the alternate home.
Yeah, and again, I'm thinking too. What'll happen is Hochul and others will try to block him a bit. He will not be instantly able to cause that much damage, but he'll damage the party. Is my point.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah, the gradual effects of social over in that part. My domino effect, I mean, there's so many of them, but I instantly went to Major League Baseball, and there's been a few Was it the 77 or 78 Yankees with the Red Sox? There was one out on the West Coast that actually MASH made a whole episode about, but I'm going to go local regional with the 64 Phillies collapse. They were up by like 7 games with like 12 or 11 or 12 to play, and one loss led to another, and it was just game over for the summer.
I agree. The thing I remember, Chico Ruiz stealing home. When's the last time you saw a guy steal home in the major leagues?
Yeah, right. Jackie Robinson against Yogi Berra.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Joe, that's a good one. 855-839-1210. Some event that triggered something else. That's just a losing streak, but a butterfly effect, you can call it. The Archduke's is an all-timer, just an all-timer. Look, here's that cut, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here is Zoran saying that, I did the billionaires. Henry, do you happen to see, because with the type here, the cut of him saying that, don't see it on here, maybe I didn't put it in, that 3 times he would not disavow the idea of a global intifada, this revolution. It's against Jews. Uprising. Spin it any way that you want. I think it was 3 times with the host on Meet the Press. Just wouldn't do it. He tried to spin away a little bit. She did a decent job of bringing him back. Why is that so difficult to do? Because that's what he believes in. So would it be the most horrible thing if this guy is elected mayor? I am so dead set against saying that Curtis Sliwa should step down because he'll pull votes away from Adams. Now, I look at it the other way around, that Adams is going to get a sizable share of black voters, you have to think. Sliwa, the outer boroughs, he got 33% the last time in a general election. Is that enough to get over the line against this guy? And we'd have a mayor, Curtis Sliwa. If not, if it is this guy, you can see how difficult it is. We played you any number of Democrats that have stepped in it already. They really can't attack him. They're afraid of that. They think he's got energy, new leadership. But by the same token, they don't want to talk about it. Mikey Sherrill, we just talked to Watley about it. Said, well, I share his goals. And people immediately, Jack Chitterelli's going to be on the show, by the way. Really looking forward to this Wednesday at 12:30. And that's the first thing I'm going to ask him about. The idea that you can't get away from this. It is impossible. She said she shares goals, defund the police, no billionaires. On and on and on it goes. And because he's the flavor of the month here, he's getting incredible attention. Let's see if he continues to do interviews. I don't see how these help him. I wanted to play this too, and then I wanted to comment. Cut 10 here. Here is Zoran Mandani talking about his campaign works because, unlike Trump, we're empowering people. Cut 10.
Democratic socialist. Do you self-described democratic socialist? Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well, let me ask you about what Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has had to say. He's had a lot to say about your campaign. He called you a communist. Because he's the president, I want to give you a chance to respond directly to him. How do you respond? Are you a communist?
No, I am not. And I have already had to start to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. And I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower, that he has since then betrayed. And when we talk about my politics, I call myself a democratic socialist in many ways inspired by the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There has to be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And as income inequality has declined nationwide, it has increased in New York City. And ultimately, what we need is a city where every single person can thrive.
Okay, here's the bottom line why this doesn't work with Trump. Trump is not a Republican in the classic sense of that. You're seeing that in the big, beautiful bill. He's a populist. He zigs and he zags with this stuff. And that's one of the reasons that people are drawn to him, particularly working class. He would mop up the floor with this guy on that issue. The big, beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security somewhat, no tax on overtime, those sorts of moves. Now, I think he goes a bridge too far. I'll tell you the one criticism I have, and I'll ask you straight up, Trump warning Republicans on Medicaid. I think we need to cut a lot more from Medicaid. It's become the third rail. But that's his instinct. It's more populist. Maybe mine is more classic Republican here. No, Medicaid has gone way too far. But his instincts are great. And they are driving this in a way that the other side just can't penetrate. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We have that Intifada clip. We'll play that coming up. And your calls with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com. Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton and celebrate your freedom to save in style.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Investigators are trying to figure out what caused an explosion that leveled 3 homes in Nicetown. The city and its largest blue-collar workers union have until midnight to reach a deal before a potential strike. And Philly is getting a WNBA team, the league announcing it's expanding here in 2030.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. 9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You get on board. I'll play you that clip of Zoran on Meet the Press. Just unable to say the words, yeah, that global intifada, that was fun during the campaign, but I'm denying that. And one of the mistakes Democrats are making, they think the goal for them, in Jersey too, is affordability. In what universe are they going to get away with that? Now, New York, you have a very progressive city, and you had baggage on the part of Cuomo and some of these others, like Adams, running against the candidates. So you could see how you might get traction there. But over the weekend, Axios makes the point that reaching younger Gen Z here, he's running in one of the most progressive cities in America. Little evidence he's crossover appeal with the kinds of Gen Z men who swung to Trump in 2024. Much different type of appeal, the bro tech stuff with Trump, the idea that, let's face it, the Democrat Party has been anti-straight white male for quite a period of time. We'll let you come along for the ride, but we don't like you. You're the problem. Toxic masculinity. This guy's not penetrating this outside of New York. But is it the end of the world if he wins in New York? See, I don't see it the way, this is going to be the domino effect. They're going to copy this guy and they're going to win all over the place. Helen Gim couldn't even win here in Philadelphia. Sherelle Parker beat her, as an example. No, what he's going to do is tie the Democratic Party in knots. Because you're going to have Bernie and AOC saying these things really do work. America is tired of this. They want affordability. And they think socialism is the way to go. Is that really going to work? Let them kid themselves with that. But every Democrat is going to have to then say, what's your opinion of it? It's the story. I played you just this morning, this woman from Michigan saying, I'm in Michigan. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not going to comment on that. And people are picking up on this. Well, why can't you comment on this? The president has threatened New York City funding under Mondani administration. There's also going to be that kind of stuff. I think the governor is going to have to push back on this guy a little bit also. And it bleeds over into New Jersey. It bleeds into the race there with Mikey Sherrill, who's already made a big misstep, and Jack Ciattarelli. You got to love this guy as far as something to run against. And then on top of it, you throw in the anti-Semitism. Now, his game is to play the whole thing. They're against me because I'm a Muslim. Stop bringing up the Muslim stuff. Why are we bringing that up? Well, I don't care what you are, but you are anti-Semitic. You are anti-Israel. You may be a Holocaust denier in some of the statements that you made. So it doesn't matter if you're Muslim or Christian or whatever. That's what you are. So Kirsten Welker yesterday on Meet the Press gives him a couple of attempts to say, come on. At least give me something here. Deny the global intifada. I don't even hear him trying to deconstruct it or anything. Here's how it sounded. Ah. All right, it's a pretty simple thing here, buddy. Not going to sell the bounce off the Trump. They're trying here 3 times here. Can't deny it. There are certain phrases that are universalized. Should be a no-brainer to say that's not why. It's not a freedom of speech thing. You don't want to lose your appeal with the anti-Semites, with the people out there that are revved up over this stuff. Oh, yeah. Let's go after Jews and then say, well, I gave 800% or whatever he said toward some hate crimes thing that's out there. Henry, there's a story in the news. I don't know the name of this group. I've only vaguely seen them. It's alleged free speech type of thing. Glassnost or something. Do you know that, the GL? If you Google it, maybe it'll come up.
I'll have to look into it.
Anyhow, this group has been, it's a foreign group, big group, ready to come to the United States. They've been denied visas. And the reason is they were yesterday, or at least over the weekend, at their performance, how this is part of the performance, leading chants about murdering the Israeli Defense Forces, about killing the Israeli Defense Forces. I don't know if it's a song. It's part of the whole act. You know how somebody comes over and says, how are things in Philly? How are those Eagles? In between sets, they're resting their voice or whatever. These guys apparently do the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish stuff, and they have been denied visas to the United States just in the last 12 hours or so. So I'm sure Mr. Zoran would say that's outrageous. Don't they have a right to say that? No, they don't. We don't want that here. Calls to violence of this sort. And that's exactly what a global intifada is. Why is that not hard to condemn? What's so difficult about that? But he's trying to bank shot towards Trump with this and saying, I'm not going to be like Trump. I am not going to condemn any of this. Let's go to John in Huntington Valley on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how you doing? Listen to Zoran, the guy or whatever the heck his name is. Hey, look, I'm on the left side of the aisle, but I can't listen to this guy. Hey, and Kristen Welker gave him plenty of opportunities to dispel the word intifada. And we all know what it means.
Right.
They come after me and kill me and mine.
Yes.
I want this. I would. You know what? I don't even like Tom Homan. I despise him. But let Tom Homan get on top of this. Denaturalize this guy. Get him out of here.
Well, I hear you, John. This guy is everything, that if you're in the Democrat Party, you'd have to dread. It's not just how far left he is. It's the anti-Semitism that is blatant.
Well, the thing is, some of the stuff, look, I'm in the middle of a lot of things. Some of the stuff he's talking about, I can agree with, but, you get down to the basic, he's anti-American. That's
yes.
it.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm looking at. What they're doing with the big, beautiful bill, hell, man, I'm against most of it. And I'll argue against it until the cows come home. But at the same time, the far, far left progressives are not doing us any good either.
I hear you. Thank you, John. Yeah, well, you're consistent on that. All right. Last week we told you about the Chicago Teachers Union head who said the children in schools are theirs, the teachers union and the teachers, not the parents. Well, a school board member says that the client, and that's a good way to think about it. Who's your client if you're on a school board? It's not the parent, but the community. In other words, they're going to look at things that are good for the community in their view, not what the parents say about their kids. I'll tell you about that. We're seeing a spasm of this stuff again. And the more they do this, the more it draws people in school board elections or bigger elections to say, yep, that's right. That's the way they think. Remember that in Virginia, Terry McAuliffe? The experts. The parents are not the experts. It's the experts in school. And Politico says, what are teachers going, Politico, they're left. Why are teachers not saying more that they ponied up $40 million for the head of the NJEA to run for governor and come in fifth? How did teachers sit there? And I'll explain, because I was in Jersey in the NJEA. You're forced to be a member. They take the money right out of your check. You have nothing to say about it. Well, the short answer is that the activists, there are enough of them, control it. You know, they think they're Jimmy Hoffa running a union, and they like it this way. And the average teacher who may or may not be that political doesn't know what to do. Can Jack Ciattarelli free the NJEA members that are reasonable? Hard to know the percentage. They're an unreasonable union. Saying, you gave this guy spent $40 million in a governor's race and came in fifth. That's how unpopular he is among Democrats. 40 million plus, I think it was, out of teachers' dues and union money. That is beyond belief. I'll give you more details on that, too. Get in on the side question. The domino effect, the butterfly effect, coming off this historic event this weekend. Here's how you get in with Dom. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
No, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano program. So we got it straight during the break. The group I was talking about is the Bob Villain, spelled Vylan, punk rock group who decided during the Glastonbury Festival to not only chant Free Palestine, all right, we know where that goes, but death to the IDF, death to the IDF, death to the IDF, meaning kill Israeli defense forces, kill Israeli soldiers. That's what they're about. We denied them a visa. Oh, wait a minute, that's freedom of speech. Oh, really? Why would we need a group like this coming into the country? You know, the Free Palestine stuff, that's one thing, but it clearly means to me, what are you freeing them from? You're freeing them from Jews. You don't want the Jews there, from the river to the sea. But when you're saying death to the IDF, well, then I don't think we ought to be giving you a visa. Isn't that protected speech? I'm sure the nut running for mayor of New York would say it's protective speech. I don't think so. Now, if you're a citizen, it's a different thing. We'd have to really analyze that, a whole bunch of stuff. But if you're trying to come into the country to be our guest, as was said by Arnold Schwarzenegger, then is it outrageous to say, nah, your big public performance, you're agitating death to Israeli forces, you're not coming into the United States? Nah, I don't think we'll approve that visa. All righty, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. I mentioned this school board member. This one is reminiscent. You remember, the name's unimportant. A while back, the editor of, was it Parents Magazine? It was Harvard Magazine, published a post by this professor. She said that homeschooling not only violates children's rights to a meaningful education, but may keep them from contributing positively to a democratic society. Earlier this week, the Chicago Teachers Union president, Stacey David Gates, said that children are always ours, every single one of them, meaning the teachers and the teachers union. So now we have, after the Supreme Court decision last week, we have the school board member in Iowa, saying of the public schools, their client of the school board and the public schools is not the parent, but the community. Now, that's the same thing that was said in Maryland, where when the parents said, hey, we don't want our pre-K kids hearing about the king marrying the knight. Remember that? Inflicted on them day after day, all this stuff. Muslim parents, many of them. Well, this school board member is saying, yeah, well, the community thinks kids need to be taught that, so you as a parent don't have a right to opt out of it. This is the new thing. The parents are not the client of the schools. The community is. Really? We're going to go back again? Is that a winner? Can Democrats stand on that? Is that a winning argument that people are going to march up and down on? No, they're not. We know what happened in Virginia. 855-839-1210, you'll get a line. We know where that leads, but this is the attitude. And as I said, this Spiller, the president of the NJEA, ran for governor, spent north of $40 million, and Politico and others are asking, is there a revolt among teachers and others? There's a lot of other groups that are members of the NJEA. I think it's over 200,000. We haven't seen it so far. Are people going to run against him? Are they outraged? So is it that, my theory is it's not every member of the teachers group that's on board and comfortable with that, but the activists, the ones that run it, will make it difficult for you if you're a teacher. Probably have some listening in Jersey right now. You want to use an assumed name. How do people feel about blowing $40 million on the governor's race for a guy who comes in fifth? Completely unpopular, no base, whatever. They thought they'll spend $40 million. They got the teachers behind it. And this guy will be the next governor of New Jersey. I also have Phil Murphy talking about the farm in Cranberry. He's on a show taking a call from a person. Wait until you hear the king of hair. And the hair is appropriately tousled. Talking about what the issues are and why he understands what that town may be doing by taking away, what is it, a 150-year farm? It's stunning stuff. We also have the Jersey budget today, and Matt Rooney reports in the Jersey budget, $2 million for a pickleball court at a center in New Jersey, because obviously what's missing from the state's infrastructure is pickleball. $500,000 for a mysterious wellness garden tucked into the budget with no explanation, no location, and no clear purpose. And $1.3 million for an artist incubator in a town where residents can't even afford to incubate their air conditioning in the summer heat. And this is just the preliminary look. They just dropped it, according to Dawn Fantasia, I think, like in the middle of the night, as they always do. And they're voting on this in New Jersey today.
Oh, man.
Now, when Jack Ciattarelli's here, I looked at his platform. He wants a New Jersey Doge. My advice is going to be start doing it now. Can't these people in the legislature do a Doge in Jersey? We had them on, and they haven't followed through. Yeah, Henry, you're right. I mean, taxpayer money going to this stuff, and I'm sure it's hundreds of pages.
Oh, yeah.
All you need to get people with the pitchforks. I still go back to the $400,000, whatever it was, on DoorDash for the football team dinner. People hear stuff like, you got to just come to us. We'll test it here. You get one nugget that's so outrageous. That's all. It becomes the face of the entire enterprise here. And then Ciattarelli can run on that because Democrats are saying affordability is the big issue in Jersey. Well, then who is it that put the pickleball in, the wellness garden, the incubators, and 100 other things? We know who did it. How can you continue to talk about affordability? Look, they have a sympathetic audience in Jersey. They have people that are liberal. They have some people that are insulated. They have enough money to be insulated from taxation. They have others that just want the government to give them something. So as long as they say something, they usually can ride it by and get away with it. What we're seeing in Jersey, are people finally tired of this enough that they're not going to be able to get over the line this time? Isn't that in the end what this comes down to? Or are people just going to say, well, yeah, but somehow or another Trump or the Republicans did this. If we have Democrats, they're going to give me something. What are they giving you? A monstrous budget. And I'll tell you what they're giving you in Pennsylvania right now. They have a bill that would say the state should pay for free lunch for every kid in public schools. No matter how much money the family makes, everybody gets free lunch and free breakfast. Now, of course, that's socialism. That's indoctrination. And that's where we're headed. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. Before I get to it, Dom, I have to know, I didn't read the book, but when the king married the knight, did the bishop preside over the ceremony? Please tell me the bishop.
Yes, it wasn't the rook.
Or did they remain strangely silent? But anyway, my side question answer is going to take a second, so I'm just going to say there's a nasty racial component to this, Mom Donnie, up in New York as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he posted on his website, we're going to go after the more affluent, whiter suburbs. And he didn't have to say whiter, okay, because affluence for a lot of his voters, I'm sure, automatically denotes that. But he put it in there to trigger the more extreme voters in his base. And I just think the guy's disgusting, but that's a conversation for another time, because my answer to the side question is the Civil War to American exceptionalism. What I mean is, had we not won the Civil War and we had been two divided countries at each other's throats, would Roosevelt have tamed the Caribbean? Would he have built the Panama Canal? What would have happened in World War I? And in World War II, you should bear in mind that out of all the war materials produced by every country during World War II, 50% of it was manufactured right here in the United States. That doesn't happen if we're two divided countries. So I think that us winning the Civil War not only led to us being the greatest country, but what would have happened to the world if there was no America?
Exactly.
Where would the immigrants have fled to? Who would have helped beat back imperialist Japan and Nazism? I mean, if you think about it, this could have been a very different war had we just not won the Civil War.
Well put as always, Robert in Ben Salem. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Jump in right now with Dom. And the side question today, a little bit harder. I mean, butterfly effect, domino effect. Archduke Ferdinand killed, sets off World War I, his death. One of those triggers, one of those domino effects. It could be something milder in sports or life in any way, shape, or form. That's what we're looking for. What was the trigger? Why did Trump just reverberate so much? Well, it was both parties, and people were looking for something completely different. 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding, and did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT lease for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus, superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big gas. Happened to catch our attention. Some sanity came to the Senate. Let's see if it goes to the House. Senator Frank A. Ferry, Senate District 6, finally, after multiple attempts, I believe, got a bill passed. And this started during COVID, when a lot of our listeners were working from home. Even if the office is technically in Philadelphia or whatever the business is, why should you have to pay this taxation without representation. In other words, you're not even going into Philadelphia, was the premise. Let alone, why should you pay it anyhow if you're not living in Philadelphia? Let's see where this is going with the senator here on the Dom Show. Senator, congratulations. I know it was pushing the stone up the hill for a few years, but so far we got it through the Senate. What triggered this in your mind to go on this quest?
Thanks, Dom. Actually, it's pretty interesting because the issue predates even my time in the legislature. I was in the House before I was in the Senate, and it's been introduced by suburban senators and representatives over many years. And COVID actually is the linchpin that broke it through. So there's a few different components to it. So the Sterling Act was passed in 1932. It was a Great Depression era reform for both Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh sunsetted, but the great city of Philadelphia is still charging hard on the issue. And one of the things the Sterling Act allows is a wage tax on both residents as well as non-resident workers. So, my issue representing Bucks County is obviously the non-residential workforce paying 3.44%. And the issues are a couple-fold. One, every other municipality out of the 2,560 in this Commonwealth, if you work in Town A and live in Town B, Town A collects your earned income tax, but they remit it to your hometown, in this case, Town B. So to our municipalities in Bucks County, because, of course, the city doesn't have to remit anything back, so Ben Salem, that has a 1% earned income tax, is actually shorted closer to $2.5 million annually by not having the city remit the money back to their township. So Philadelphia is treated differently than the other 2,500 plus municipalities in the Commonwealth. So think about that at a basic level. Ben Salem's budget, I don't know what the number is, but let's say it's $40 million. The 2.5 they're shorted, the Ben Salem taxpayers are making that up. Right, so they all pay higher property taxes, both residential and commercial, to make up the money that Philly doesn't remit back because Philly doesn't have to, and they certainly aren't going to open their coffers to do it. So the original premise we were pursuing with the Sterling Act, and my legislation does this as well, is require Philadelphia to remit the earned income tax back to the commuter's home municipality. What COVID really showed us was the city still charges the wage tax to people because they could work in the city because their employer is there. And the term could was actually used by the city at some point in time. So they could be working in the city. So under that theory, I could buy a new car right now. Is the state going to charge me a sales tax because I could buy a new car? Right? It's just absurd. And where it impacts the municipalities because they're not getting their 1%. So when that resident is working, say in Ben Salem, we'll keep with that example, and not even crossing the Philly border, that they should be paying 1% to Ben Salem for those wages, right? But they should also be saving the 2.44% balance that should be in their pockets, the taxpayer pocket, right, the worker's pocket. So they should only be taxed at 1%, not 3.44%. And, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had some very passionate and interesting, illogical, I'd call it, arguments about, well, the city needs the money and there are people availing themselves to the roads and law enforcement. Well, not if you're not leaving the city or not leaving your home municipality.
Yes, exactly.
Not going to the city. So really it is an issue for the individual commuter who's not commuting on those days because they're losing 2.44% of their wages. The municipality's not getting their 1%. And then all of the other taxpayers in that municipality are making up for that difference, even though they don't work in the city because they're paying higher local property taxes. So across Bucks County, it's about $12 million. Monco's $20 million. And my bill is pretty simple. If you don't work in the city, you're not paying the tax, even if your employer is in the city. If they live outside the city and their municipality has an earned income tax, that money has to be remitted back to the home municipality, whether it's 0.5% or 1%.
So did this get any Democrats to support it in the Senate?
It did. It got 3.
Okay.
So one from Bucks, one from the Lehigh Valley, and one from Central PA. So what's interesting, there's a fair amount of people that commute in on Amtrak from Central PA into the city because that's where their employer is, but they more so work from home, so they're really getting hit over the head. The other aspect to it that is kind of the outlier is the gaming tax, right? The tax on slots that gives us our homestead exemption, our property tax relief. It's about $150, $200 annually per household. $28 million comes off the top of that annually to reimburse the school districts. So the municipalities aren't made whole, but the school districts are. So if the city was, again, remitting the money back to the local school districts, that $28 million would be in that pot of money for the homestead exemption, and every Pennsylvanian that qualifies for that homestead exemption would actually be getting some additional money. And it may not amount to much, but it's still $28 million more in the pot.
Exactly. So let's move to the House now. You got Democrats in the Senate. How many do you need in the House and Republicans to pass this?
Well, the House is 102D, 101R.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what it really comes down to, and I'm not trying to be partisan here, but the vast majority of the suburban representatives are Democratic, and I think they need to decide whether they're siding with the city of Philadelphia or they're siding with their taxpayers and municipalities that they represent. Because if you think about what's the municipal budget, it's police, fire, EMS, local roads, parks, right? All stuff that's really important to our community, public safety, items. And, the fact that they have to pay higher tax rates to make up this difference that should be remitted back is pretty significant. I mean, think about it, $2.5 million. That's a lot of money for Ben Salem.
Yeah, without a doubt. So it seems when I said, let's get you on, people said, that'll never make it in the House. But you're making a good point here. At least some of these suburbanites, if there's enough attention, and that's what you and I are trying to do here, to this, got to be under some pressure to do the logical thing here.
Yeah, a lot of the municipalities in southeastern PA have passed resolutions calling on the passage of this type of legislation. Obviously, different sessions, it's different bill numbers. We were able to have it pass last session, too, and it died in the House. Obviously, the speaker's from Philadelphia. She doesn't want any harm to come to her city. We did meet with the finance director from Philadelphia. He had issued some testimony on a hearing we had on this in 2023, and he said it's going to cost the city $190 million, but it was very cleverly written. And when you actually finally would meet with us, I said, there's no way it's $190 million. If Bucks is $12 million and Monco's $20, that's $32 million. Where's the balance of that $190 million coming from? Like where, they're the two counties that send the most workforce into the city, and it turns out it's $70 million. The mayor and I served in the House together. I understand she's not going to want to open her coffers and send $70 million back to the suburbs, but I'm elected to represent the suburbs, as are a lot of my colleagues in both the House and Senate from both parties. So it is going to be an interesting dynamic on what the result is. We obviously want the Philadelphia region to be vibrant, right? It's a huge economic driver. It's great for the Commonwealth. We want it to be vibrant, but I don't want my taxpayers paying extra money to subsidize their municipalities when Philadelphia has the money. Right. And then, with inflation and everything else we dealt with from the Biden era, that 2.44%, that matters. That matters in the pockets of our hardworking Bucks Countyans.
I wanted to ask you about another area, too. I do Inside Story, and I seem to be the only one there that doesn't knee-jerk. Oh, my God, SEPTA just needs billions and billions and billions more. And I know your colleagues that are farther out in Pennsylvania, they get blamed. Don't they understand? You're in the middle here where I'm sure a lot of your constituents might be using SEPTA. And I think the train service with the suburbs is pretty good. It's the rest of the stuff with SEPTA and mismanagement not so good. Where do we stand with that? Where do you stand with it?
Sure. And I've been in contact with SEPTA quite a bit. When I went to Penn, I commuted from Langhorne, where I live, using regional rails. My wife and I went down to an Eagles game, and we parked in Center City and took the Broad Street line to save parking downtown, where it's a cluster, to say the least, or to save parking at the stadium, where it's a mess, right? So, I mean, look, any urban center needs a robust public transit system. I think in my conversations with SEPTA, they're trying to look inside themselves to find what the solution is. And I think it comes down to is what's the real number, right? What degree of services do they truly need to be providing, and at what cost? We've had a lot of discussion here because other than myself and Senator Picozzi, who's in the Northeast, none of the other areas represented by Republicans. But what I found during this current administration and with the House in other hands now, different from when I was there, is if I had a nickel for every time I hear it's the Senate Republicans for issue A or issue B or issue C, we'd be able to fully fund SEPTA, right? If we had a nickel for each time we've gotten blamed. I give my leadership credit in the sense that, they recognize they represent a diverse caucus. There's Allegheny representatives who are suburban to Pittsburgh. I have colleagues that have more deer in their district than people, right? Come from a completely different atmosphere than we're from. And, we all have to be respectful from where each other comes from. But I can understand why some of my colleagues feel the way they do. And when the governor flex funded that $185 million last year after the budget was done, it got sideways with a lot of my colleagues because that $185 million was actually road and bridge projects in their districts that aren't getting done now, and also their transit, which is smaller. It's not rail, it's localized busing and some small things. They didn't get their share of that money either. And even if they would have gotten 1% of it, they still would have gotten $1.8 million for their local transit, and 100% of that went to SEPTA. So I can understand why some of my colleagues feel the way they do, towards SEPTA, and a lot of them have a general distaste for the city of Philadelphia.
Well, it's kind of a given, I can imagine. Thank you for coming on this. Keep us in the loop, particularly as we go toward the budget crisis. Thank you for getting this done so far, and let's hope common sense rules in the House. All right. Thanks, Dom. And also, Dom, thanks for working with our Sheriff, Fred Horan, who's doing great work in the county. Absolutely. You guys got great law enforcement, the DA and Sheriff Fred Horan. Definitely. Awesome. Thanks, Dom. Thank you, Frank. Senator Frank A. Ferry here on Talk Radio 1210. So, look, I'm against all the earned income taxes in Ben Salem or anywhere else. But what Philadelphia does is ridiculous. And I know people don't feel, but you have to realize we fight for everybody not to be overly taxed. So you got a ball player coming to town. You probably have seen some of this. And for that one day they're here, they might pay $60, $70, $80, $100,000. Well, you want to have fire. You're not going to have firefighters if you don't get this money? Give me a break. This is odious. And COVID really brought it home to his point, where now many people are not even commuting into the city from Bucks County, Montgomery County, that kind of thing. Why should they then have to pay the out-of-town tax because the business is here? Well, why is the business here? Why don't they move away? Some businesses, it's more difficult. All right, side question. Get in on that, too, at 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, maybe that's an example of what we're talking about today on the side question, Dom Giordano Show with Frank Ferry, and that is, look what COVID did. Look at the, maybe you want to go down that page. I don't want to take them all on the side question. Domino effect, butterfly effect. As a result of people not going into the city, we saw more remote work extended. So it brings up the question then, how's it fair if they're not even going into the city, which they shouldn't be charged anyhow for what? It's like the beach tags. I see 11 towns now have really, DJ sent me this in Jersey, really upped their beach tag rate even more. How do they get the charge? Well, what do you expect us to do? Well, we expect you to provide services. Otherwise, we won't come to the shore. Then what are you going to do? It's the cost of doing business. And Philadelphia doesn't see it that way. They get away with confiscating money of both residents and people even more from out of town, like ball players that come in. They look at their check with $60,000 for what? There's guys coming in from San Diego over the next 4 days. Henry, if you Google, you might see one. It's been printed before, and different towns have this. I think Seattle has it. I'm not sure how many have it. And you take a look at one game you're playing or a series, and the person could get hit with tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, boo-hoo. You're saying this for ball. No, I'm saying I don't care if you're making tips or if you're a big league ball player. I fight for you every day in every way to stop this taxation. This is one they get away with. But it seems like, according to Frank Ferry, there might be a few Democrats in the House this time that would vote for this. And what was the trigger? COVID, domino effect. Think of any number of domino effects from COVID. One of the biggest is people are very, very skeptical about any kind of medical stuff at all. just tremendously. That is definitely one of the biggest that came out of this, without a doubt. But this remote work and underlining, hey, I don't even live in the city, why, or commute to the city, why then do I have to pay for this? Well, you could. You heard the language, you could. Chef Dave in Oak Glen, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave, go right ahead.
Oh, hi, Dom. I'm in the supermarket right now.
Okay, that fits.
Hi. The trade of Babe Ruth
to
the Yankees. Basically, World War I ends, so you got like 50 million people dead.
Right.
And then the White Sox, the Black Sox scandal of 1919. So baseball needed a shot in the arm. The owner of the Red Sox needs 100 G's to finance his play. So he trades probably the best player in baseball history to the Yankees. And, the Yankees are mediocre, went on to win 4 world championships under Ruth, and changed baseball from a single bunt stolen base game to softball, the softball era, they called it.
Dead ball.
The
dead ball era.
Dead ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dead ball era. And, to the power hitting era.
That's a great one. Thank you, Chef Dave. Put that one down. Yes, that's a lot of dominoes from Babe Ruth. And his influence, we even say Ruthian, and all the nicknames that go with him. That's a good one. Okay, coming up, Scott Presler is in New York. What the heck is he up to there? Apparently, documentaries about him, maybe a book in the offing. Get ready for that. And he says the Pennsylvania numbers are great this week. He was on with Laura Trump. What does he think about what's happening in North Carolina? We have Dom's Money Melody for a great prize today. And I did an interview with Alfonso Ribeiro, who has been in such hits, of course, as The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Dancing with the Stars, and he's still got shows going on about and we'll play this on Thursday as we get closer to July 4th, about the Capitol 4th, meaning in Washington, what they do. And I want to delve into what the heck, Sherelle Parker, come on, Sherelle. Why does Philadelphia continue to do the nonsense they do? Why can there not be anything remotely patriotic about July 4th? Why don't we own July 4th? And we don't. They do in the Capitol. Why? Because the mob here in Philadelphia doesn't want us to own it. They want to parade around with some fireworks and call it a party. They don't want to say what we're celebrating because many of them are on the other side of the Founding Fathers. Would they celebrate the Founding Fathers? We don't want to hear you stinking Lee Greenwood up there. We're just going to bring in act after act that has nothing to do with anything. That's July 4th in Philadelphia. Could there not be a blend? All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. An Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time here. Scott Presler will be with us momentarily. A lot to catch up with Scott Presler every week around 2 o'clock. We talk with him. And the North Carolina thing, he was just on with Laura Trump, might be a candidate. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But in my view, the big takeaway from the weekend, for whatever reason, and we've been trying to piece these out, most people are seeing the big, beautiful bill as standing a much better, I wouldn't say it's a fait accompli, but a much better chance of passing. We're not hearing quite what we heard from Perry and Van Drew last week, where there were difficulties with what the Senate came up with and what the House wants. All right, but without further ado, we have good news from Pennsylvania here, too. In addition to that, the Pennsylvania registration numbers. Let's go to Scott Presler on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thank you for having me.
Well, I know it's a really busy day. I follow on Twitter, a lot of excitement around what you're doing. Anything that you can tell listeners at this point?
No, just I'm in Manhattan. I know. God bless my soul. I'm here in New York City for the next couple of days. I hope I don't run into Zoran. I know, right?
Oh, that would be come on. Who did you confront? Was it Fetterman? Was that the one at this farm show?
I invited him.
Okay.
No, Fetterman. Yeah, I invited him to join the Republican Party.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So, Scott, we see good news, you say, on Twitter with the Pennsylvania registration. What's happening?
No, honestly, this is breaking, and the people at home should be extremely excited over this news. So, putting you on speakerphone a second so I can read this out to you. So, Pennsylvania voter registration, this is as of today. A week ago, Democrats had an advantage of 176,539 voters. Today, that lead is narrowed to 175,292. That is a net loss in 7 days of minus 1,247 voters for the Democrat Party in Pennsylvania. Democrats gained 677 voters, while Republicans during that same time gained 1,924. And so to my beautiful Philadelphia people, I just wanted to say thank you, because remember how, people were changing to vote for Judge Dugan in the primary?
Yes.
Well, Philadelphia has finally, a month later, reported some numbers. And so I did want to share these with you. So in the last month, I guess, 126 Republicans switched to Democrat. Who knows what they were thinking, but that's okay. We won't hold it against them. And 334 independents switched to Democrat. However, listen to this. 426 Democrats switched to Republican. So 4 times as many Democrats switched to Republican as vice versa. And so my message, if you live in Philadelphia and you're one of those Democrats that, isn't happy about Larry Krasner, or you're just, tired of what's happening in Philadelphia, what have you got to lose? I ask you, I court you, switch to Republican today. Go to vote.pa.gov, vote.pa.gov. And yes, this is more symbolic than anything, but the Democrat Party needs to see that business is shutting down, that the crime on the streets, that Larry Krasner not prosecuting criminal illegal aliens, that those just aren't right and doing good by the people of Philadelphia. And so I ask you today, vote.pa.gov and switch to Republican. And then, drum roll, this is probably the biggest news I've ever shared on your program before, and we've shared a lot together. Yeah. But listen to this. And this should have Governor Shapiro shaking in his boots, shaking. So I am pleased to report to you now on 1210 Talk Radio with Dom Giordano that if you remove inactive voters, meaning that only active are being shown, we are 74,606 voters away from having a plurality of registered Republicans in a state that used to have 1.2 million more Ds than ours. My friends, we are on the verge. You give us another year and a half, and you work together with us, and we will have a plurality of registered Republicans before we defeat Shapiro in 2026.
That's Celebration Day. When that happens, other than Scott, I don't know if we'll ever see a Republican mayor in Philadelphia again, but I never thought in Pennsylvania the lead was too much. It's a vaguely moderate Democrat thing, but due to your efforts and a couple of other things, and you have Greg Rothman really pushing this now, when you set a goal like that, people are amazed. Not only, it tells me, hopefully then, it's not just President Trump that could win in Pennsylvania, but other Republicans, conservatives could win in Pennsylvania.
100%, Dom. And yes, I do want to give a shout out. Thank you to the PA GOP. Thank you to Senator/Chairman Greg Rothman. Do you know what Rothman has done with his brief time as chairman of the party? He's announced a contest between all 67 counties and their respective county parties. And already Pike County has reached 1/3 of its goal already in voter registration. This is kind of like a voter registration contest. And I think the winners are even going to get, additional support, additional finance. So to Rothman, thank you for working with the grassroots. The grassroots are knocking on doors in 100-degree weather and doing all the voter registration. But I think this is a phenomenal time for the Republican Party of Pennsylvania. And again, Shapiro needs to see that we are 74,000 voters from a red Commonwealth. And I hope he will start acting more conservatively as the Commonwealth shifts right.
I hear you. He's not doing it during this budget, and we're going to continue to underline that, though, Scott. So I was out of commission. I had to do some stuff on Saturday night. I didn't see anything on Twitter. Did the Laura Trump segment go with Scott Presler?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I was still bumped again. However, they are going to let me know as soon as it is, and I will gladly and joyfully tell you when my segment with Laura Trump is going to be out there.
And I'm sure, and now you're busy with other stuff, but North Carolina, I asked Michael Watley today, and you know what? Refreshing. He didn't say, oh, we saw this coming. He said, no, they were surprised that Tillis quit in the middle of this. It's very telling where the big, beautiful bill is going now with him quitting in that manner. And I admire Watley, Scott, for it. Usually they would say, oh, of course we saw this coming, Dom. Come on, we engineered it. No. So what do you see in North Carolina? Watley's named, Laura Trump, of course.
Either is a fine candidate. I posted on social media that I would welcome Laura Trump running for that Senate seat. But ultimately, I think this is a win-win for the MAGA America First agenda. Tom Tillis has not been a friend and has not been a loyalist to our president. And I think he saw the writing of the wall. He knows that he wasn't going to win a primary. We were going to primary his behind and replace him. And I think, quite frankly, he was in danger of losing the general, even if he sustained a win during the primary. This is a chance for us to get a good conservative candidate that's going to be putting North Carolina first. And I welcome the primaries in 2026. Cornyn, we're peacefully going after him with Ken Paxton. Louisiana, we're going after Cassidy peacefully. The seat in North Carolina, we're going after him. And so I think we really have an opportunity, like we did in 2022, defeating 8 of the 10 Republicans that voted to impeach President Trump. Well, now we have a chance to replace senators that haven't been loyal to the America First MAGA agenda. And I think 2026 is going to be a year of reckoning for the Republican Party.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on whatever you're doing in Manhattan. And as it unfolds, we're here excited for you, but to help with the mission, because we got Jersey. Jack Chitterelli's coming on Wednesday. We have that to win. Scott, where do we go to continue the fight?
Thank you. My organization is earlyvoteaction.com, earlyvoteaction.com. And this whole summer, we need your help. We have the Green County Fair. We're going to be in Erie. We're going to be in Cumberland and York and Centre County. We're going to be in Southeast Pennsylvania, Pike. So in all 67 counties, if you want to see that 74,000 number plummet to 0, let's create a plurality of registered Republican voters, earlyvoteaction.com, and I look forward to meeting all of you at the fairs and festivals across Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks very much for coming on, as always.
Hey, thanks, Dom.
All right, Scott Presler, particularly on a day, look, I don't know exactly, but expect big things coming out of this. People are documenting what he's been able to achieve. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210. And as I said, too, or as he just said, when you look at active voters, down now 74,000, that is a miracle versus 1.2 and better million on paper. You can say, it's only on paper. Well, it counts a lot psychologically and ultimately in voting. Can Josh Shapiro be beaten? The answer is yes. It's difficult. It's going to take an all-out effort to do that. All right? That's the best case. He's beaten. Worst case, he's dinged up tremendously, and we don't have him out there running in 2028 effectively. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. Get us on the side question. Just push pound 1210. Frank Ferry, who was here, mentioned Fred Herron coming up. The Inquirer says that Sheriff Fred Herron is bringing Trump-style politics to bucolic Bucks County. His critics warn, how did he get there? Oh, my God. The guy that we have just been enamored with. And I'm trying. Oh, yes. I have a drink question to ask Henry coming up here about why. I think it's Gen Z. I'll dig out the article exactly. We get the group. I don't know if Kirk will have an answer either. We'll ask him why this group is paying for a drink and then closing out their tab. And they're doing this routinely as a generation. What's the magic there? And bartenders universally tell Fox News they hate this. Why would you do stuff like that?
Understandably so. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Right now, though, it's time first for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. And, man, I have to talk to Walter Kosk. I'd love to go to this. Dan does not believe it. There's certain songs, not his whole repertoire, but we're playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Rod Stewart's One Last Time tour. Now, it's probably the fifth time he said One Last Time tour, but that's on July 12th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah.
All right, what do we have?
Yeah,
here?
Domino. Well, you're not going to hear Rod Stewart today. I'll just say that much to start. But yeah, on the side question today, we're asking for that all-time domino effect, that all-time butterfly effect.
Right.
I'm going to talk about the clue today. So this band, by changing their scope of their music in the late 80s, they went from kind of a glam hair metal band to, the same glam hair metal band, but they changed their sound. It got deeper. It got lower. The topics they were talking about, it was no longer about girls and partying and this and that. It became more about addiction and poverty, mental illness, and capitalism, among other political things.
All right.
And ultimately, it closed the kind of glam rock era of, rock and roll music and opened up the door for grunge. So I'm going to play you this band that unintentionally destroyed their own genre of music for another one. I want to know the name of this band. Yeah, very recognizable voice, very recognizable band, but they were their own undoing.
Okay.
Who is this band?
Hit us with that. I'm amazed at how quickly people get this, and you are off to see Rod Stewart's One Last Time tour. Thank you, Walter Kosk. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. I need some bartenders, too, after this. Just push pound 1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
It took a Philadelphia jury 18 minutes to find the Bucks County young man guilty in the death of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
It was just a matter of whether the death penalty was going to be on the table.
If this doesn't deserve the death penalty, I don't know what does.
When you think about the guy that's running the operation here, Larry Krasner, you had a police officer, a Temple University cop, killed by this punk, and the guy is standing over him. Execute, assassination, whatever term you want to use. Just once, can you get the cops back?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
On this Independence Day, ask yourself, are you truly financially free? At Crash Proof Retirement, we help Americans break free from market risk, financial stress, and the fear of outliving their retirement nest egg.
My name is Mark Dennert. This is my wife, Mary. We started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2023. July 4th should serve as a reminder to everybody that when you're retired, you want to be independent from worries of the stock market. Crash Proof Retirement has provided us with financial independence from the volatility of the market. We could sleep easily knowing that we were going to make 4 or 5% minimum without the risk of losing money in bad times.
I love being a crash-proof client, and this summer, while some people may be worried about their finances, I know we're financially free from any worries through Crash-Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's right. Today's this plays into today's side. This group kind of being the domino that put themselves, their whole
whole genre
kind of on the back burner.
Yeah.
Let's hear the clue. Let's go to Sal in Skip Pack. Sal, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Wait a minute, Sal. Stay on hold here. I'm sorry. It's Ken in Sicklerville. He was first. Hey, Ken. Who is it? Hey, Ken.
It'll be Guns N' Roses. It'll be Guns N' Roses.
All right, Ken. You are the winner. I'll put you on hold. Nicely played. So, Henry, any more on that, on how they did that?
No, Guns N' Roses just decided 1987. They're like, all right, let's change things up a little bit. Let's change about what we're writing about. And inspired a lot of groups out in Seattle, which is obviously where the grunge movement was started. And in doing so, by changing their lyrics to talk about more heavier stuff, other groups took notice, gave it a heavier sound behind it, and grunge music was born, and glam hair metal on the way out.
All right, so thank you. Sorry about that, Skip Pack. So, but we have the winner going off to see Rod Stewart, the final last time. Maybe we'll be back next week tour, but it's a great prize. Maybe we'll have it for the rest of the week. Now, I saw this at Fox today, and again, Gen Z has been different, at least voting pattern, some of the stuff that's going on here, than a lot of younger groups have been historically. But there's an annoying quality. Fox says bartenders spill the beans on Gen Z's annoying drink-by-drink payment habit. Young people want financial control and have security concerns as industry professionals lament a slowdown that happens. And as I understand it, the person has a tab, but then they close the tab at the end of every drink. I've never had a tab at a bar, so this is kind of like
Never had a tab?
No, not at all. I mean,
Really?
I've been at bars where you put it on the table and the barmaid or whatever, they take it for each drink. You put it on your glass and you go like that. Is that yours, Kirk?
That's me too.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's essentially what people are doing. It's just now every time you get a receipt.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Now, look, I'm doing the celebrity bartending on September 10th in Chambers for the PAL, but mainly for Fred Herron. What am I going to do? It's bad enough I've never made a mixed drink. The beer pouring, Johnny's working with me. Our next event at Mulligan's there. We tried it. There wasn't much of a head on it. He was like, maybe that's a B- at best, even for the first time. And I got to be turning around, these bartenders are saying, and changing all this stuff up. Kirk, you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not Gen X, by the way.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. No, I know that. But I mean, well, your thought process on this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm rather put the money on the table. You know, because usually I have like a couple 20s, what have you. So I'm not. I don't have like open. I'm not that popular to say open a tab for me. I just plop down at $20 and that's it.
Why do you have to open a tab first of all, Henry?
Because I don't know what it is, but like, every time, like you say you put $20 down, what they keep bringing you drinks, every time you're done one.
Yes,
that's more or less what people are doing every time they close out their tab. They're like, I don't know how many I'm gonna have.
Yeah, but the bartender, Henry, has to go through all this nonsense. Now.
Exactly.
What is all this nonsense? It doesn't sound any different than what Kirk was doing, putting down $20.
No,
basically,
they got to close out the tab.
I know, I understand that, but why can't we do the put down $20 thing and not close the tab?
Well, in case like I need, they will give me change, so they'll take that 20, and let's say the beer's like $4, so they'll give me 16 back.
Right.
So if that $16 is that $20 is gone, then I'm done.
Yeah.
So,
but it's the mechanics of this.
Yeah.
Having to, is it maybe cash versus credit? Is that what's driving?
There's another thing too with it, where a lot of these bars will keep your card, and a lot of times you will end up forgetting it. So what do you do at a bar like that? You're gonna go up each and every time and open and close it.
That is true. There's a lot of bars that I'm aware of that do that. They'll have you'll have your credit card. You'll put it out.
Right.
They'll hold it, and you can order like obscene amount of drinks or less. And they'll say to that one swipe of how many drinks I had.
That's the tab.
Yeah, that's
right about that. But the worst part about that is that if you say you do get too banged up and you do forget your card, they'll put a 25-30% surcharge on it.
Okay, is this another argument then why cash is king?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to bring cash everywhere, but
well, is it not true? Isn't it much easier? I don't understand why go through all this. What's the advantage?
And also, too, you got people like go to bars too with the Apple Pay and all this, so they tap the thing.
Well, I'm saying too is like, sorry, the cash. It's the same thing as opening the tab every time. Just you're not getting a receipt. Am I wrong? Like you're handing them, say, $5 for a drink every time.
I'm not going to leave my card there. Just the idea of
the
card being outside
that's why people don't do it.
That's
why people don't do it, because that's why they open it up each and every time. Because like, I'm not leaving my card with you. Something's going to happen to it, or I'm going to forget it.
Yeah, that's true.
I need some professional bartenders. 855-83 or Johnny, if you're listening, Johnny. I mean, this tab opening and all that. I'm trying to picture the bar at Mulligan's the last time. It was such a giant scene, but it seemed to me people had money on the bar under a glass and everybody was doing that. I don't remember open my tab. I do remember Bob Kelly yelling drinks at the bar last year in August, and what a man it was.
I remember that. That was
God,
people
that
were
was
like,
bold.
They were
I
like
think $100 bills were being taken out.
Yeah, they were going a mad rush, and
I feel like that kind of vibe only exists solely with shore bars and few dive bars.
Okay,
you're not wrong about that.
Like if you just go to any other regular bar, you're not getting that treatment.
No, you're not wrong about that.
All right, so 855-839-1210. If you're a bartender, have worked in that, I just found that the bartenders, Henry doesn't agree, I guess, but the bartenders say they are too busy with other stuff and they have to keep on going through this.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can see the annoyance on their face if you do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the point I was trying. I just found it to be kind of curious. And by the way, not only always looking for cash to be king, but tomorrow we have the guy on, right? The guy that got the cursive bill?
Correct.
Actually passed in the House. which is the hardest thing. That Pennsylvania now, we just need the Senate, and I think they're more of a layup, will now mandate cursive education in schools. And I didn't even know it was coming. We've talked with somebody before when they put this into play. And, I think Dan went on his, well, why do you have to read Shakespeare? He tied it into it, thing about why cursive is needed. And there's all sorts of arguments for it. The House voted pretty overwhelmingly, passed with a 195-8 vote in the House. I thought these people would be, the first line of defense against it. Usually it's a liberal conservative thing. He's on tomorrow. What time is that tomorrow? Do you have it?
We're going to have him at 12:30.
12:30 tomorrow. And all we need is the Senate now. And you can check that box again that Pennsylvania will join a number of states that have said, come on, what in the world happened to cursive? Why in the world would this not be part of the deal? All right, so we'll get to that tomorrow. 855-839-1210. Hit me on the side question, too, which is simple here. This butterfly effect, this domino effect. The Archduke Ferdinand got assassinated, set off the entirety of World War I, one of the greatest just carnages. Something that set off something else, some triggers, what we're looking for. Butterfly effect, you can call it. Get in with that, get your name into the hat. We'll have the $50 gift card on Friday from Gallows, special July 4th broadcast. But come on, a bartender or two, or barmaid, or whatever title we're using now. Wouldn't it be simpler if it were cash? And I heard some of the reasoning from Henry, why in the world you would not want to do this, but opening and closing, these bartenders, there's a lot of sound with Fox Business on this, indicating, oh my God, this is just another problem. You're trying to be fast, you're trying to be personable, and you have to deal with this. Now, nobody's going to give me paying cash when I'm doing this celebrity bartending. This is going to be shaky. And if you ask for a mixed drink, stick to a Bloody Mary. Johnny told me what to do with that.
No.
No other mixed drinks, nothing that has more than one component in it.
One component?
Yeah, well, how
Think about all the stuff that's in a Bloody Mary. I'm chewing that thing.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a rum and Coke person. So
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
like, I don't like
say,
drinking
all right,
beer,
rum and
so-
Coke. Just tell me where you pour, have a line there, then I'll pour the Coke in it. Done.
That's it. That's it.
Celebrity bartender.
That's it for
It's
me.
got to have some rules, Fred Herron. I mean, it's got to be pretty simple here. We can't be coming up. What's the most difficult drink to make?
Old fashioned.
Is it? Is it a
I
lot
think,
of
old
I'm
fashioned?
trying to think what an annoying one is. Some sort
Is
of
it-
shot, I'm sure.
Johnny made a vodka drink just for me because I never had vodka.
What's it
a
called?
Couple of a Dom vodka drink, and it had like 6 components to it.
Holy moly.
It was nuts. It was all kinds of those fruity things thrown in
If
there.
you're my celebrity bartender, Dom,
Yeah.
I would ask for rum and Coke, and I'll.
There you go.
That's it.
All right, rum and Coke I can
Heavy
handle.
hand on the pull.
Come on, a bartender there. Give me a tip or two. And do you resent Generation Z here, apparently? My Z or X? Generation Z.
Z.
Z wanting to say, close my tab, open my tab. Henry, is that what you say? Close my tab to this guy. Open
No,
my tab.
I give more of a either like a writing symbol, like I'll just cash the check, or like just
Okay.
a throat slash, like I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't.
These
See,
guys
it was so loud in there. It's
I've
like,
done
can
that.
I close my tab? And it's like,
Yeah.
no, I'll just give them a signal, and they're like, all right, I got you.
I do
right.
that too. Those
All right.
slashing.
All right, 855-839-1210. Come on, give us a little bit insight. If you're bartending, particularly now, does this happen that much? And is it one group of people that apparently are? I didn't see too much at Mulligan's. I'm doing the show and I'm observing. I see cash on the bar. Johnny, put down those kegs and give us a call. How do you handle the tab thing? And do they have? No, nobody has a tab like in Goodfellas, where you actually have a tab at the restaurant.
No,
Put it on my tab.
Yeah, I don't think that you can have like the long running tab
Yeah,
over like
$8,000
months.
it
Yeah,
was
no.
with Joe Pesci.
No, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Like you don't close your tab at the end of the night. That's 25% they're just taking from you.
Ah, okay. Giving up the card, though. Wow. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock in prices. That's right. The supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of the already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Everyday prices are rolled back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, just use that code WELLNESS. 33% off any single bottle. Use that code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. See, the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex, the number 4, the letter U.com.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A heat advisory is in effect today for heat index values up around 100 degrees. It'll be partly sunny, chance for a scattered shower storm later this afternoon, high 91. Shower and storm chances continue tonight early, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low 76. And for Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy, better chance for some scattered showers and storms with a high near 90.
Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof. This June, get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. This man is going to turn me into a bartender for this big celebrity event. Oh, man. We have to be in slow motion the next time at Mulligan's. Johnny Z from Mulligan's checking in here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Very good. So you see the makings of a bartender, right? Rum and Coke I can do, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the easiest job in the world.
So What do you make of these guys like Henry, apparently, some a lot worse? Opening tabs, closing tabs. What do you do at Mulligan's?
Well, at Mulligan's, we don't run tabs at the bar.
Okay.
It is a cash bar. If you want to order food at the bar or if you're sitting at a table, that's fine. But if you're just sitting at the bar drinking, you put the cash on the bar and you go round for round. So we don't have a problem with that. However, I have worked in places where, you run tabs and, you either hold the card behind the bar like you guys were talking about or whatnot. And I could absolutely see if somebody's closing out their tab every time, that's kind of a pain. It's not like cash. You take a $10 bill, you make change real quick, and that's the end of it. There's a whole process to running a card and doing the paper and all. So, yeah, I could see that being a pain for the bartender.
Yeah, and allowed, like when we were there and we got a lot of people there, whatever, closing tabs and all that back and forth, John. Again, why complicate it and just not go with cash?
It's amazing, especially down at the liquor store. The amount of people that carry cash as compared to even 10, 12 years ago is astounding. I'd say, at least at the liquor store, 80 to 85% are either cards or people don't even carry cards anymore. They do everything with their phone. They come up, you got Apple Pay, and, they're doing all this with their phone. And I'll ask people, do you carry anything beside that phone? No, just a phone, Okay. So it's nuts. It's nuts.
So how's business this season? How's Wildwood doing this season? Is it normal? Is it pretty good?
It's been average so far. Nothing great, but nothing horrifying. This week, right now that we're in, this is really the ramp up to the summer, and then once 4th of July comes on Friday, we're really in it. So we'll see what happens. We still got well over 2 months to go, and then we have the September season. Something's happening every week, and while it's a nice extension of the season.
Did you get a lot of the people from the big 4-day festival, John, the country festival? Did they come to Mulligan's?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We were loaded all from Thursday to Sunday. It was insane. In the bar too. And then of course, Dom Giordano Day. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. I think there were a lot of country and western there. And by the way, if listeners missed it, it's up on you. We have the program up there. And you were behind the bar, ungraciously, I might add, raising your fist in triumph because Sauce dealt us a bitter defeat.
That's right. As I explained, when I was raised, it was sauce in my house. My wife, Pam, of course, South Philly was gravy. But, and again, that's in our house, we call it gravy sauce.
Okay.
Best of both worlds.
Well, gravy goes first. See, the naming rights. So, John, right. The shirts, too. I wear it on Tuesdays in my schedule, so I should have it on tomorrow. The Summer White House shirts. I like the tropical one, but you have the black one, too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they're still available for sale too. We still have plenty more. So, and then we'll have them for the next couple times you're down as well.
All right, we'll love it, John. Thanks for straightening all this out. We'll talk with you soon.
All right, take care.
All right, Mulligan's right over there on 310. Now, wait a minute, East Hildreth, not West. Check that fact checker there, Kirk. What do you say? It's East, right? Come on now, you've been there enough times. I should say East.
I believe it's East.
Yeah, it is East. Okay, right there by the Acme. We're still working on the next time what the date will be, but we hope Ron Jaworski will be there to throw the football. And tomorrow I may bring in. Are you here tomorrow, Kirk?
Yes, I am.
Definitely bring it in tomorrow. Then,
all right.
I need some bolster. Henry will ridicule it. It is a Bridgestone football, which I have deemed the official football. I will not throw anything else. I've had a couple throws with it. I might say it adds 5 or 6 yards.
I got to see this football.
Oh,
there's some sort of performance element to it.
There is a performance element. I'm not using steroids, but the football's on steroids. Nobody said we couldn't use against Jaworski of all people. I was going to set a bet that Jaworski couldn't throw it twice as far as I throw, but I'm feeling a little bit doubtful about that. That would be the league that we're in. All right? And I think Dan did throw 40 yards in flip-flops on a street. All right, 855-839-1210. Side question, hit us. I like this one. This is a pretty good one. John in Belmar. John, what do you got today on the side?
Hi, Dom. How you doing? And I agree. Cash is king. I never used a card like these people use their card and their phone. I just carry cash.
Yeah, can you imagine? I thought at Mulligan's that'd be a case of guys, close my tab, open my tab. People screaming this all the time. I don't get it. What tab?
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, so I think that this event caused a big change in our society. It was the killing of George Floyd. What resulted from that, beside the riots and the looting, it was, they declared war on police. It started the Black Lives Matter movement. It started the equity, inclusion,
Yep.
And then they like Rizzo's statue came down. I mean, the things that happened. And,
that is a great bank shot, by the way. It was like Frank Rizzo had a Confederate hat on or something. They had to take him down. I mean, you get it, something directly related to it. It gave us that it's mostly peaceful as the area with Ali Velci is burning all around him. Mostly peaceful.
Yes.
Now, that is a great one. But then, John, the next segment of that, though, is the pushback on that, how it's changed as a result of that overreaction.
It absolutely, it had to happen. And things, they're cyclical. They run in cycles, and you can't go too far one way without it coming back, again the other way.
Absolutely. That's a good one. All right. That's what we're looking for. Oh, man. Did the TV dinner, what did that spur? Might have that as an answer coming up. All right. Hit us at 855-839-1210. Bob Dylan is not banned from the U.S. and after an anti-Semitic chant. It's Bob Villain. Clever. V-Y-L-A-N. And they deserve to be. This group that just chanting death to the IDF, meaning to Israeli forces. Yeah, we'd like to come to the United States. Give us a visa. We want to chant here in the United States death to Israeli forces. That's a great group to let. Is that a free speech issue? The guy in New York says probably it is. I just say it's common sense. Is the country better off that these idiots won't be coming here? Yeah, it is. I mean, this is direct. This isn't free Palestine or even from the river to the sea, which is also calling for the death of getting Jews out of there. Chanting as part of your act, death to the IDF. Yeah, I'm not going to bring you in here on a visa. No, that's not something we need. Even the BBC pulled the stream during the performance. All right? Well, no, I'm sorry. They didn't. They said we should have pulled the stream during the performance. Now, for the BBC to say that, think about that. So is that going against the First Amendment? They're not citizens. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. It's common sense. 855-839-1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
It'll be a Reds, White, and Blue holiday weekend at CBP when the Reds come to town on Friday, July 4th at 1:05, Saturday, July 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, July 6th at 1:35. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Bring home the best bobble in baseball on Friday, July 18th when the Phillies take on the Angels at 6:45 and all fans receive a Pico JT Realmuto bobble figurine. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, just for the record, Henry doesn't do those boorish behaviors, just saying.
I think it's dumb. Yeah, I think the only time I'm hesitant is if they do take your card. Because a lot of places, they don't take your card.
Okay.
They'll just give it back to you. The tab's electronic. It knows your card number already. I never understand the ones that take your card.
Okay.
I don't understand why people pay their phone. I'm with Johnny paying their alcohol with their phone. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
particularly when alcohol is involved.
Exactly
here. Cash
right.
might be easier.
Hey.
And what happens in strip clubs? Do you say put it on my tab? I'm just we didn't get into that. That's tomorrow's show.
That's still all cash.
Yeah, it's all cash.
That's still all cash.
No, wait a minute here. Some guy runs up, you give him the credit card, and he makes it rain or something else.
You ladies take Zelle?
Yes. Or gives you ones all of a sudden.
Oh, no.
Let's go to Joe. That might be promo material there, Henry. I'm just saying. Take a note on that, Kirk. Get that in there. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. All right, Joe, what do you have today?
Today I have Kurt Flood, who refused to be traded to the Phillies about the reserve clause, which led to the free agency in baseball.
Yes, and I support it, even though it's given us a lot of, so I support, I don't support the draft or anything else. You ought to be a free agent the whole time. Mike in Hamilton. Mike, what's yours today?
Dom, in 1883, a volcanic island in Indonesia called Krakatoa. It had multiple eruptions for 21 hours. The last eruption destroyed 2/3 of the island. The geologists consider it the loudest sound ever on Earth. It was a 145-foot tidal wave that destroyed 145 villages on nearby islands, killing 36,000 people. The ash circled the Earth for 2 years and lowered the Earth's temperature.
Wow, that's a lot of repercussions. Joe in Exton. Joe, what do you have this afternoon?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
The ancient Hebrews created a monotheistic theology, and which was followed by the Arab civilization, which created Islam and Allah. Then Judaism fostered Christianity, which in itself had a domino effect with Lutheranism, Calvinism, and Anglicanism.
Double domino. The Earl of Tacony's got an interesting one. I think I know where he's going. All right, Earl, what's yours?
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat my atomic answer of Henry Tandy, the man who didn't shoot Hitler. I won on that before, so I'm taking that off the board. In the 1950s, people ate fresh food. In the Rolling Stones song, Mother's Little Helper, he laments having a frozen steak. Everything was fresh. They didn't even have cake mixes back then. In 1952, the C.A. Swanson Company was raising turkeys. Now, usually turkeys die in large numbers before they reach adulthood. They had a glut of turkeys in that year. They didn't know what to do with them. They stuck them in rail cars, and in order for rail cars to be refrigerated, the cars had to be moving. So you had a train full of frozen turkeys driving around the country trying to stay frozen, and they didn't know what to do. So they invented the Swanson TV dinner in order to get rid of all that turkey, which is the advent of prepackaged food for the American family.
Yes, I thought you were going to go with TV, created the TV dinner to watch it in front of TV, another adjunct, thus the TV dinner. All right, Kevin's our last hitter in Doylestown. Kev, what's yours?
9/11 changed it, the way we do everything, the way we get on a plane, the way we go to a ball game, we got to go through a metal detector, the way we bank. We have secrecy laws now, and it just changed the way we do everything.
That is a biggie. Kirk, who did you like? You were taking these today. Who was your favorite?
I got to go with Earl.
The Earl, the TV dinner.
Got to go with Earl.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the turkey's being driven around. I'm not having turkey for a while. Certainly not a TV dinner. But Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I like that answer. I like Robert and Ben Salem's of, what if the Civil War kind of had never ended? Well, where would we be after that? I kind of like Joe and Bordentown's answer of the Curt Flood thing, the whole free agency, how that led to the modern day. And, yeah, the TV dinner. I thought that was a fantastic answer.
Yeah, let's go TV dinner.
All right,
Good
Earl.
one by Earl there.
Earl, by the way, that's his 2,999th call.
Oh, block him tomorrow. I don't want him to get 3,000 hits. We want to pitch a shutout. We have to have a ceremony. Has anybody called 3,000 times that we know of?
I think he's the lead because I saw Joe and Exton just cross 2.
Do you have any other number? Who's the closest pursuing
it.
him? How could one man call this station 3,000 times?
I think Ed from Delran. Ed from
Delran?
Got to be at least
okay.
up there.
We need those statistics updated. 3,000. That's 3,000 that he got on or just called 3,000 times?
I believe it's called 3,000 times.
What was his hit rate? We'll have to.
I don't know if we got those numbers.
All right, Earl. Tomorrow we await the cursive guy. That's great news. We'll find out more about this bartender style. I got to get another bartender in on this. And will the Earl of Tacony reach 3,000 calls? Well, he will. He's going to call in, but will he get on?
We get on.
Are we going to be tempted to say, hey, it's a great car. I don't feel like 3,000 today. I'm going to walk the Earl of Tacony. We'll put him on, but then it won't count as a call because then we'll cut him off.
Right.
Kind of like the tab thing. All right, Rich Ciole's next in studio right here today with 4 big hours to go. The big, beautiful bill we'll get into more tomorrow. It looks like we're going to have a vote by the House on Wednesday sometime, and I think it's going to make it to the president's desk on July 4th. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost